Welcome to the world of data engineering, where the power to transform raw data into valuable insights and derive informed decisions lies at your fingertips. Our course, Data Engineering using Databricks and AWS, is your gateway to mastering the art of crafting robust, scalable, and high-performance data pipelines in the cloud. The course comprises of approximately 50 labs ranging from the beginner level concepts to the expert level concepts. We'll start by seeing how you can connect your Databricks account with the AWS. Then we will see different concepts related to the S3 bucket. Then we'll also see how you can use the AWS CLI and Databricks CLI on the local system. And after that, you will see how you can use the Databricks account and its notebooks to access the resources which are present in the AWS like S3, Glue Catalog, and many other storage services. Welcome back. In this video, you will learn how to sign up for the AWS free account. Let's start creating your AWS free account, and for that, go to your browser and in the search bar, you have to type aws.amazon.com. Once you press enter, you will land on a page that looks something like this. After landing on this page, you have to click on this orange button, sign in to the console in order to create a new account on AWS. If you already have a user ID and password for the account of AWS, you can simply provide the email address. But if you want to create a new AWS account, you have to click on Create a New AWS Account button. Then you will be redirected to a page like this. For that, you have to provide a username and password for the AWS account. Provide your email and then click on Verify Email Address. A verification email will be sent to your email address and you will follow the link to verify your account. After receiving the verification code, add it here and then click on verify. And once you enter the verification code, you will see that your email address has been successfully verified. Now you have to provide a password for your account. Make sure that you create a strong password and then click continue. Then you have to provide how do you plan to use AWS. I'm going to use it for the personal use, or you can select business as well. I'm going to select business. Then who should we contact about this account? So you have to provide your information, provide the organization name. Then you have to select the country. You can select your country anywhere you want. Then you have to provide the city or the province, postal code, and then you have to click the checkbox that says I have read and agreed to the terms of the AWS customer agreement. Then click continue. After that, you will land on the billing information page where you have to provide the credit or debit card details. And you can see that AWS will not charge you for usage below AWS free tier limits. They may temporarily hold up to $1 or an equivalent amount in local currency as a pending transaction for 3 to 5 days to verify the identity. Once you provide all of the information, simply click verify and continue. Then you will land on the page to confirm your identity. Firstly, select your country or the region where you live, and then you have to provide your mobile number. After that, you will have to pass the security check in which you have to enter the characters. Let me add them. And then click send SMS. And then they will send a verification code to your provided number and you have to enter the code here. And then simply click continue. Once you verify your account, then you will have to select a support plan. First is the basic support, which is actually free and it is recommended for the new users just getting started with the AWS. Other one is a developer support which starts from $29 per month, and the third one is the business support that starts from $100 per month. So I'm going to select the basic support and I'm going to recommend you to select the same. Then simply click complete sign and you can see that it has given us the message that congratulations, thank you for signing up for AWS. We are activating your account and we should only take a few minutes. So in this way, you have successfully created a free AWS account. So in the next video, we will see how to log into the management console. That's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, you will learn how you can log in into the AWS management console. In the previous video, you have learned how to create a free AWS trial account. And once you did all the steps, the next step is to log into your management console. And for that, you have to go to aws.amazon.com. And once you land on the page, you will see something like this. You have to click on Sign in to the console button. Here you have two options. First is the root user And the second one is the IAM user. I have not created an IAM user now. So I'm going to select the root user, and here you have to provide the email address with which you have created your AWS account. After providing the email address, simply click next, and then you have to provide the password that you set while creating the AWS account. Once the password is entered, simply click sign in, and then you will be redirected to the AWS Management Console page. The AWS Management Console will look something like this. Here you have different options, and we'll start by seeing the services. You can see it in the top bar that there is services. Once you click on it, this will have all the services that we are going to use later on in this course. So this section is very important throughout this course and for other purposes as well. Then on the top you can see that there is a global search bar. This is used to search for any of the service in a quick manner. For example, I want to search for the S3 bucket. You simply have to type S3, and you will see that S3 will appear as the top search result. Then you have a few other options. This is the option for the Cloud Shell, in which you can run some commands for the shell. Then if you click on this, it is a drop-down menu showing different regions, and you can select any region that you want depending upon the type of the services you require. And this is the region that I am currently working, and it is automatically allocated on the basis of the country that I provided by creating the AWS account. Then if you want to change certain services or certain settings of your account, these are the options that you can see. Here is the settings for account. Here you can change your account information. Then this contains your organization information. There are service quotas, billing dashboards, and then security credentials and other settings, etc. So this is the basic structure of the AWS Management Console, which you can access if you have a perfectly running AWS account, either it is a free account or a paid one. In the next video, we will see how we can set up a workspace in Database using Quick Start. That's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to another video of the section Getting Started with Databricks on top of AWS. In the previous videos of the section, you have seen how to create a free AWS Kyle account and then how to log into your AWS Management Console. Now we are going to see how you can set up a Databricks workspace using QuickSight on top of AWS. And for that, you have to go to databricks.com, and once you land on the page, you have to click on Try Databricks. Upon clicking, you will see something like this. Here you have to provide information for your Databricks account. You have to provide first name, last name, email, your company, title, phone number, etc. Let me fill all of this. After adding all of the information, you simply have to click continue. After clicking continue, you will be redirected to a new page where you have to choose a cloud provider. Since we are going to use Databricks on top of AWS, so I am going to select Amazon Web Services here and then simply click continue. Once you click on the continue, you will have this page which says check your email to start your trial. So a verification email will be sent to you on your provided email address, and you have to follow the link to start your free trial account. Let me do that. So I logged into my provided email address, and once I clicked the link provided in the email, I landed on the page that looks like this. Here you have to set a password for your Databricks account. So I am going to provide the password. You will do also the same, and then you have to also confirm the password. Once this is done, you simply have to click on set password. After doing so, you will be redirected to a new page that asks you to select a subscription plan. Here you can see that there are 3 different subscription plans, which are the standard, premium, and enterprise. The standard is a basic platform for your data analytics and machine learning workload. It does not support Databricks SQL, auto-scaling, or the role-based access control. It is only for the beginners. I would recommend you to use at least the premium version that provides Databricks SQL, auto-scaling, and role-based access control. Then also there is enterprise that will be used if you want compliance and security. Okay, so I'm going to go with the premium one, and here it is telling you that your 14-day free trial starts when you click continue. So after 14 days, you will have to pay for the services that Databricks and the cloud provider provides to you. Then simply click continue. Upon clicking continue, you will be redirected to a new page. Here you have different options. You simply have to click get started. And once you click on get started, you will be redirected to a page that says to proceed, please confirm you have the following. So we have an active AWS account. We have the password that we set up for the Databricks account and a friendly name for your workspace. Then simply click confirm. Here you will be asked to set up your first workspace. You have to provide a name to your workspace. I'm going to call it AWS demo. Okay. Then you have to select the AWS region. So my AWS region was Mumbai AP South 1, which is I have selected, and then you simply have to click Start Quick Start. Once you click on it, you will be redirected to the AWS console page that looks something like this. Here it is asking you to quickly create a stack, and it has automatically provided a name to our stack, and you can also change it if you want. I am going to call it AWS stack. Okay, so that I can remember the name later on. Then you have other different options. It has autofilled the Databricks account email address that I am going to use on top of AWS. Then you have to provide the Databricks account password that you have just said. So I am going to provide the password that I created for the AWS account. Then you can see that it has autofilled the workspace name which we created previously, which is AWS demo. After filling all of these data, you simply have to check this checkbox that says I acknowledge that AWS Cloud Formation might create IAM resources with custom names, and then simply click Create Stack. Once you click on Create Stack, it is going to take some time for the stack to be created. And you know that stack is simply Cloud Formation in AWS, and Cloud Formation is nothing but a set of resources that AWS provides, which are required in order to create Databricks workspace on top of AWS. So if you click on your stack, once I run the stack creation, it gave me an error that the bucket name should not contain capital letters. So I've created a new AWS workspace and I've called it AWS demo, and then for a stack I have created AWS-demo-stack. And now I am creating the stack. Let's see if it creates successfully or not. You can see that there are different resources that are being created. Some are in progress, some are completely created. So let's wait for complete creation of the stack. And I'll come back once the stack is completed. Okay, so you can see that all the resources have been successfully created and the final status of our stack has been changed to create complete. This means that our stack has been successfully created. And you should remember that the stack name and the workspace name should not contain capital letters, otherwise the stack creation or the cloud formation creation will fail. Once this is done, now go back to the point that redirected us to the stack creation page. And here, if I reload this page, you can see that now our workspace which we created, AWS demo, has been successfully created and is being displayed in the workspaces link. And you can see that its status is running. It is showing the pricing tier to be premium that we selected. The region is AP South 1. And this is a bucket name that was created by AWS on the basis of the stack that was created. So the stack creation involves creating different resources and S3 bucket was one of them. Then there are certain credentials and the meta store as well. So if I go ahead and click on this AWS demo workspace, you can see all the credentials and the storage information and the meta store information. And if I click on open workspace, then I will be redirected to the page that will ask me to enter my credentials to log into the Databricks account. After adding the credentials, simply click sign in and you will be redirected to the Databricks workspace that is created on the top of AWS account. So the Databricks workspace looks something like this. In the next video, we will see how you can log into this workspace from some other place, and I am going to give you a quick tour of this workspace and its services that are provided. But that's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, you will learn how you can log in into the Databricks workspace that we created in the previous video on AWS using Quick Start. In the previous videos of this section, so far we have learned how you can create an AWS free account, and then I've shown you how you can log into your AWS Management Console, and I gave you a quick tour of the AWS Management Console. And then in the previous video, I've shown you how you can set up a Databricks workspace on top of AWS using Quick Start, and you were automatically redirected to your Databricks workspace. But what if you accidentally close the tab? Then how you can go back to view your Databricks workspace? This is what I am going to cover in this video. And to do so, you can always go to databricks.com. Once you land on this page, you have different options to follow. As I have already created a Databricks account, so I don't need to click Get Started for free. I need to log into the system. So from the left navigation menu, I'm simply going to click on this login option here. And then I will be redirected to a new page that is going to ask me to enter my email address for the Databricks account. And this is the email address that I have used for creating the Databricks account. I'm going to write in and simply click continue. Then it is going to ask me to provide the password associated with this email address for the Databricks account. So I'm going to provide it the password and click sign in. And once you click sign in, you will be redirected to a page that looks like this. Here you have different options. I am simply going to click workspaces because I want to see the workspace here. And after a while, you will see that the workspace that we created in the previous video, which was AWS demo, is present inside the list of the workspaces, and the status of the workspace is running. Again, the pricing tier is premium. This is the region and this is the bucket name that AWS created while creating the CloudFormation or the stack. And then these are the credentials and all the data. Now, if I want to go to the workspace, I simply have to click on this workspace. And once I land on the new page, I have to click on Open Workspace from here. And after a while, you will be redirected to your Databricks workspace that is going to look like this. Okay, so these are the steps that you might follow if you accidentally close the workspace tab. But all of this is a lot of hassle. So in order to avoid this, follow these steps for once, and then you can simply bookmark this tab so that every time you don't have to go through the hassle of logging into your Databricks account and then going towards the workspaces and then moving toward the workspace page. You simply have to click the bookmark tab and you will be redirected to this workspace page. So this is how you can log in to your Databricks workspace that you created on top of AWS using Quick Start. That's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, you will learn how you can clean up the workspace on Databricks and other resources. In the previous videos of this section, you have seen how to set up the AWS free account. Then you have seen how to log into your management console and how you can set up a Databricks workspace on top of AWS using Quick Start. So this is how your Databricks workspace list look like. Right now I have a single workspace and these are all the data related to this workspace. We'll get into the details of the workspaces and how you can use it later on in this course. But the most important thing to remember is that how you can update, delete or view this workspace. So if you are on this page and you can see that this is the workspace, so all you have to do is click on these three dots present on the right corner and you will have three options: view, update and delete. So the first option is view. If you click on it, then you will land on the new page that is going to display you all the information about the workspace, like its region, credentials, etc. Okay, so this is how you can view the information about the workspace. The next thing when you click on these three dots is the update. So once you click on update, then you will have the option to update some of the values of this workspace. You can see that you cannot change the workspace or the subscription plan or the region, but you can change the credential configuration. Moreover, you can also change the advanced configuration as well. So it will allow you to update some of the information about your workspace. Another most important thing is to clear up the resources once you are done with it, and to do so you have to delete all the resources in order to prevent charging of your free account. So if you don't want to be charged for the services that you are running on the Databricks or the cloud provider, which in this case is AWS, then it is necessary that you clear up all the resources once you are done with it. So in order to do so, you will simply click these three dots and you can click delete in order to clear up the workspace. Okay. But one thing to remember is that even if you clear up the workspace, you have to remember that along with the workspace, the AWS created a cloud formation of the stack inside where few other resources were also created. So if you just delete the Databricks workspace, you have to remember that all those resources and the cloud formation that AWS has created will not be deleted and will stay and keep on running, and they may cause you charge for the running services. So if you want to clear up the resources, then you must delete the workspace from here, and then you have to go back to your AWS account and then manually delete all the S3 buckets and all the resources that were created as a part of the stack creation or the cloud formation creation. Okay, so this is how you can clear up the workspace in Databricks that is created on top of AWS. So that's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, I'll quickly run you through some of the features of the Databricks UI on AWS. Okay, so right now I am inside my Databricks account and I am inside the worksheet, which is AWS-demo that we created on top of AWS. And this is how the workspace looks like. Let's quickly run through all of the features that it provides. So the first option you have is the new. Once you click on it, you will have different options to create new resources like a notebook, a repository. You have file uploading option, then you have cluster creations, SQL warehouse, query, dashboard, DLT pipeline, and other options to be created. Then you have the other option of workspace. If you click on it, you will be redirected to a place that have information about the workspaces. Okay, then here you have the information of the data, which will display you all the data which you have uploaded inside the Databricks. So right now I have not uploaded any data, so it is not going to show anything. Then you have different things for SQL like SQL editor, queries, dashboards, alerts, query history, SQL warehouse, etc. Then you have an option for data engineering, and data engineering involves job runs, data ingestion, and data live tables, etc. Then there is another section for machine learning. Okay, so if you expand it, you can see that there are different experiments, features, models, and serving options. And then you have the marketplace. So you can use all these options in order to use Databricks to its fullest and use the workspace which you create on top of AWS and then perform different operations by interacting with the AWS account. So this is how the Databricks workspace looks like. And these are all the features that are present inside it. In the next video, we'll see how you can create a single node cluster on Databricks workspace on top of AWS. So that's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, you will learn how you can create a single node Databricks cluster on top of AWS. Okay, so up till now, we have created a new AWS account. We have created a new Databricks account and set it up on top of AWS. After that, we have created a new workspace inside the Databricks on AWS, and right now I have logged into the workspace. So the next step is to create a single node cluster. A single node cluster is a cluster consisting of an Apache Spark driver and no Spark workers. A single node cluster supports Spark jobs and all Spark data sources including Delta Lake. A standard cluster requires a minimum of one Spark worker to run Spark jobs. Single node clusters are helpful for machine learning workloads that use Spark to load and save data, and also for lightweight exploratory data analysis. So let's go ahead and create a single node cluster, and for that either you can click this new button here and you will see the option for a cluster, or you can go to compute and from here you will see this option on the right corner to create compute, which in fact is a cluster. Okay, so this is how it's look like, and if I select new and then click on cluster, Then again I land on the same page. Okay, so there are few things that you need to set. First one is the policy. So you have different policies here, which is the unrestricted access, personal compute, power use compute, and shared legacy compute. I am going to use the unrestricted one. Then you have two options. Either you want to create a multi-node cluster or a single node cluster. Since in this video I am going to use the single node cluster, so I am going to select this value. Then let's go ahead, and here is the Databricks runtime version. Make sure that you select the latest version of LTS runtime. So this is the latest version having Scala 2.12 and Spark 3.4.1. Okay. Then we have the node type. Since I am using Databricks now just for demonstration purpose and not to perform large computations, so I don't need much resources, I'm gonna go with M6i large having 8 GB memory and 2 cores, and I think it's enough for this demonstration purpose. Then you have two options here. The first one is to enable the auto scaling local storage. It is not really important, so you might uncheck it as well, but I'm going to leave it as it is. Then the next option is the termination of the cluster. So right now it is terminate after 120 minutes of inactivity. This option is important because if your cluster keeps on running for a known period of time, then it might cause you charges from the Databricks or AWS as well. So you must set a time duration after which, if the cluster is inactive, then you must terminate the cluster. So 120 minutes means 2 hours, which is a long time. So I'm going to change it to 30 minutes. Then we have the instance profile. The instance profile actually provides the instance if we want to link AWS with it, but right now let's leave it empty. And then you have the advanced options. Inside the advanced options, you have different options. If you want to add the AWS account information here, you can see instances. Then you have the Spark that is showing you that what is a single node cluster and what is the master local. Then you have the logging, init script and SSH. You can use all these if you want to add the instance information from AWS. Okay, I think all of this is good. Let's go ahead and click create compute. Okay, so you can see that it is loading, which means the cluster is being created. After a while, you will see that your cluster will be successfully created. So I'm going to pause the video and I'll come back once the cluster is created. Alright, so you can see that our cluster has been created and the cluster state has been changed to running. If I click on it, you can review all the data about the clusters either from here or from the summary. So you can see that we have a single driver because we created a single node cluster, and it is having 8 GB memory and 2 cores. And the runtime is 13.3x and Scala is 2.12. Then you have to see that this is the rate of the cluster, which is 0.76 dBu per hour. So this means that if you run your cluster for 24 hours collectively, then you will be charged $18.24 according to this rate. So this is how you can create a single node cluster in Databricks on top of AWS. In the next video, we see how you can create notebooks and how you can upload data into your clusters in the notebook. But that's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, you are going to learn different ways of how you can upload data in the Databricks platform that is present on top of AWS using Databricks UI. In the previous video, you have seen how you can create a single node cluster on Databricks in AWS. Now in this video, I'm going to show you how you can upload data into the Databricks, and this can be easily done using the Databricks UI. Before going into the details of how you can upload the data into the Databricks, you have to make sure that the data is set up locally. Only then you can upload it into the Databricks account. But you should always remember that using the approach to upload the data into the Databricks platform using the Databricks UI is not a reliable and robust approach, and I'll tell you why later on in this video. But it is simple and easy to learn approach in order for the beginners to learn how you can upload the data into the Databricks. Enough of the talking now. Now let's go ahead and go into the details of how you can upload the data into the Databricks account. So in order to upload the data, you have to go to the main page of your UI, and you have two options to upload the data. The first one is this option on the main page where you can select upload data, and you will have the option to add the data into the Databricks platform. And the second option is to click this new button, and here you can see that we have the option of file upload and data. Both are similar, and let's say file upload, okay? Here you have an option. You can directly insert the data by clicking this browse here, or if you have a folder hierarchy, or you need to insert the data into the DBFS, which I am going to do in this video. So you have to click on this option which says upload to DBFS. Okay, so once you click on it, you will see that you will land on the DBFS page. And this is the place from where you can handle the folder hierarchy. And why am I stressing so much on the folder hierarchy? Let me show you. Let's go to my local system, and here you can see that this is the dataset that I am going to use. If I click on this folder retail_db, you can see that there are 6 different folders, and each folder have a separate file. So if I want to upload this retail DB inside the DBFS, so I have to create this folder structure in order to upload files in the respective folders. Okay, so you don't need to worry about the dataset. I'll upload it in the resources section. Now let's just go ahead and start uploading the data. So firstly, we have the categories folder. So I'm going to say categories here. And this is the, okay, firstly, let me create the retail_db. And then I am going to create category. Okay, then I am going to upload the data which was present inside the categories. So this is my retail DB, and inside the categories, this is the file that I am going to upload. And then click create table with UI. It is going to ask me to select a cluster. So I am going to select this cluster that I created in the previous video, and then click preview tables. Once I click the preview table, it is going to display me something like this. You can see that the table is in the loading state. Okay, so you can see that it is finished loading the data, but one thing to notice is that even for the integer values, it is selecting the data type to be string. So in order to correct this, you have to select this checkbox which says infer schema. So infer schema is going to set the data types of the columns according to the values present inside it. Okay, so now it looks fine. Now let's go ahead and click create table. It is going to take some time to create, and after a while the table will be created and data will be loaded inside the directory that we created. So I'm gonna come back once the table is created. Similarly, I am going to create a new directory, and the next one was customers. So now I am going to create this same hierarchy here, retail_db, and then I am going to say customers. Okay, then I am going to go to the customers, and then I am going to upload it from here. Okay, so once this is created, you can see that file has been uploaded to file store, tables, retail DB, customers, and part this. Then I am going to create table with UI. I'm going to select the cluster, which is this cluster, and then click preview table. Once you click preview table, it will be displayed here, and once again you have to click on infer schema to match the data types according to the type of the data present inside the column. Okay, next simply click create table. So you can see that the data has been successfully uploaded here. And you can see that this is the data that we just uploaded. And similarly, you can create all different folder hierarchies to add the data. Another way to upload files directly into the DBFS is using the DBFS browser, but it may not be available to most of you. So to enable it, you have to go to your account setting and then you have to click on admin settings. Once you are inside the admin settings, you have to click on the workspace settings and then scroll down and go towards the advanced settings. Inside the advanced settings, you can see DBFS file browser options. Right now, I have enabled it, so I have the DBFS file browser option. But maybe you guys have this option disabled, then you simply have to click on it to enable it. And once you enable it, now you can click on this data option. And on the top, you can see that we have browse DBFS option. If you click on it, you can see that we have file store option. And inside the file store, I have the tables. If I click on it, I have this retail DB that I created. And if I further click on it, these are the 3 folders that I have created. So if I click on any of it, you can see that these are the data which is present inside this table. Okay. So if I want to create a new folder inside it, let me go inside the retail DB. And here, let me just right click it and click create folder. So the next folder after departments is the order items. So I'm going to say order_items. And once I click create, the folder will be created. Then click on it to move inside the folder. Right click it and click on upload here. And then select the file that you want to upload inside the table. So this is the file. Okay. Click on done and your file will be uploaded. Let's do another one. Create folder, and the other one is going to be orders. Create the folder. Once the folder is created, go inside the folder and upload here. So this is a much faster version, but you remember that in the start of the video, I said that this is not a very reliable and robust method because you have to remember to maintain the file hierarchy. So you might not upload the data into the wrong folder. Okay, so this is why I said that this approach is not very reliable and robust. Let's upload the last file into the products folder. Go inside the products folder and click on upload here. Then simply upload the file which is present inside the products. Okay, once this is done, you simply have to click done, and now you have all the table, you have all the folder hierarchy and the files present inside the folder. So this is how you can upload files into the Databricks platform inside the DBFS using the Databricks UI. That's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, you will learn how you can develop a Spark application using AWS Databricks and a notebook. In the previous video, you have seen how you can upload data into the Databricks on top of AWS using Databricks UI. Now in this video, we are going to create a Spark application in which we are going to query the dataset that we uploaded in the previous video using a notebook. So the first step is to actually create a notebook. A notebook is nothing but a workspace in which you can write queries in any programming language to manipulate your data. So the first step is to create a notebook, and for that you have to click on new, and then from the option you can see the first option is notebook. You can click it. Once you click it, you will see that your notebook will be created. You can easily rename your notebook. I am going to say my first notebook so that I can keep track of which notebook has which code. Okay, then you can see this connect button which has blue dot beside it. If you expand it, you can see that actually this connect is showing you that this notebook is connected to which cluster. Okay, right now I have a single cluster, so it has automatically selected that cluster for me. If I have more than one cluster, then at the time of notebook creation, it will ask me that which cluster I want to connect to my notebook. Okay, then this is a programming language in which I am going to write the, you can either use Python, Scala, SQL, R or Markdown. Okay, so this is a place where I am going to write the queries. So the first thing that I need to write is the $sign. Then you have to write fs and ls. This is going to list all the directories for you. Then you can simply run it by clicking this play button, and it is going to run the query. And you can see that these are the directories which are present right now inside my Databricks. In order to add a new cell, simply click this plus button and a new cell will be added. Now, if I want to see the directories which are present inside this file store, I am going to say %fs ls, and then I am going to copy this path and I am going to paste it here. Then after the file store, you can see that we have it inside the tables folder, and after the tables folder, we have the retail_db folder. Okay, now let's run this. And once you run it, you will have all the directories in the output. You can see that these are the tables, or these are the folders that we created in the previous video inside which we uploaded the files. Okay, so the files are uploaded in the correct directories. Let's copy this path, and I'm going to write another query to see whether the folders have actually any data inside it or not. So I'm going to say %fs ls. I'm going to paste the path, and inside the retail DB, I'm going to check the orders table. Let's run it. And in the output, you will see that it has returned as a single file whose name is part000, and this is the size of the file. Now let's copy this query again, and I'm going to create a new cell, and this time I'm going to run the query for the orders items table. It is order items, okay. Order_items. Let's run it. I'm going to do this to verify that both the files are of different size and they have different data inside it. Yes, the size of both files is the same. So this means that both files are different. Now let's move one step further, and I'm going to dive into the logic of how we can join these two data sets together and perform some aggregation or some other operations on it. So in order to join the two data sets, the first step is to load the data inside the data frame. So to do so, I am going to create a new data frame called orders, and inside it I am going to read the data using the spark.read.csv function. And here I have to pass the path of the file which I want to read. So firstly, I want to read the orders file. So it is present inside this path. Let me just copy it. And inside the spark.read.csv function, the first parameter is going to be this path where your file is present, and then place a comma, and I have written the schema. And the schema is simply 4 columns. The first one is the order ID of the integer type. Other one is the order date of string type. Third one is the order customer ID of integer type, and the fourth one is the order status, which is of string type. Now simply let's run it, and you will see that a new data frame object by the name orders has been successfully created. You can expand it to see the schema details of the data frame that we just created. Now let's quickly verify whether the data has been successfully uploaded inside the data frame object or not. For that, I am going to say orders.show, and it is going to display me all the data which is present inside the data frame orders. Let's run it, and after a while you will see that it has displayed as all the data which is present inside the orders table. This means that the data frame has successfully read the data from the path which we placed inside the spark.read.csv function. Now let's create another data frame object to read the data from the order items file, and to do so you can use this query. Here I am creating an order items data frame object inside which I am using the spark.read.csv function, and the first thing you have to pass is the path of the file. So let's go ahead and copy this path, and I am going to paste it inside the single quotes inside the spark.read.csv function. Okay, once this is done, then you have to define the schema. So the schema, okay, this is not taking the next line. Okay, so inside the schema, there are 6 columns. The first one is the order item ID, which is of type int. The second one is the order item order ID, which is integer. Then third one is the order item product ID, which is of the type integer. Then we have the order item quantity, also of integer type. Then we have the order item subtotal, which is of the float type. And finally, we have the order item product price, which is of the float type. Now let's go ahead and execute the query to create the data frame object. And you can see that the data frame object has been created, and this is the schema of the data that is uploaded. Now let's quickly go ahead and run the show function on the data frame object. So I'm going to say order items dot show, and once I run it, it is going to display me the data that it reads from the file present inside the order items table. Okay, so this is the data present inside the table, which means that the data has been successfully loaded into the data frame. Okay, so the question arises is that why I want to join these two data sets together. This is because I want to calculate the revenue that is generated for all the transactions between orders and order items on daily basis. So in order to calculate this, I need to join the order file and the orders item file, and I'm going to group it on the basis of order date. And then using the order item subtotal, I'll be able to calculate the generated revenue that is calculated or that is generated daily. Another thing that I would keep in mind is that I'll keep the data from only those orders where the order status is complete or closed. This is because if you go ahead and see the orders table, which is right here, so you can see that there are different values for the order status. For some orders it is closed, for some there is pending payment, for some it is complete, and some it is processing. So we are going to take only those orders where the order status is either closed or completed. So we'll only consider the closed or completed orders as the revenue generating orders. Okay, so now let's go ahead and write the query for joining the two data sets. So I'm going to use this query. Here I have created a new data frame object. I've called it daily revenue. You can give any name to your variables. Then I'm going to join the orders table with the order item table. So I'm going to say orders.join order item, and the join condition is going to be orders order ID is equal to order items order item order ID. So it is going to join only those records where the order ID of the orders table is equal to the order item order ID of the orders table. Okay, let's run the query to see if it is successfully executing. Yeah, the join has successfully been done. This works fine, but if you remember, I said that I want to get only those orders where the order status is either complete or closed. So I am going to add a filter here. After the join and so after the orders and before the join, I am going to insert a new filter, and I am going to say the filter is gonna be order underscore status in. Okay, so the single quote comes here. So I'm going to say the order status in, and then I am going to pass complete. Okay, then place a comma and then say closed. Okay, so I have added the filter. I have updated the query a bit. So this is the daily revenue, which is our data frame object, and I am using orders.join. Up till here the query is the same. Then after the query, I have applied the filter where the order status is in either complete or closed. Okay, so now let's execute the query to see whether it runs successfully or not. Okay, so you can see that it has successfully executed, which means that it has joined the two data sets on the basis of this condition, and it has filtered out the results where the order status is complete or closed. Now let's quickly see the data to check if it has get the data correctly after the join or not. And I'm going to use the show function with the daily revenue data frame, run the query, and after a while, you will see that it will fetch all the data from the resulting data set after the join. So you can see that the order status for all the orders is either complete or closed. So this means that our filter worked correctly. So up till now, our query is running fine. Let's go ahead and make some further changes to it. So this has just joined the data on the basis of this condition and then filter out the result. Now I am going to move one step further. I am going to use the group by clause and I am going to group the data on the basis of order date. Okay. Now let's run it again to see that if it runs correctly or not. And you can see that the query is successfully executed. Now, in order to calculate the aggregated daily revenue, I am going to move one step further and use the sum function. And I am going to sum the order item subtotals. Okay. And you can also use an alias for it. Okay, so this looks fine, but we should not run it right now because the sum function has not been imported. Okay, so let's go ahead and add a new cell above it, and I'm going to say from PySpark.SQL.functions import sum. Let's run it to import the library inside the Databricks, and once this is done, now you are all ready to run this query. But first, let's provide it an alias, and I'm going to say dot alias. And I'm going to call it revenue. Okay, change the double quote to single quote here. And the last thing that I'm going to do is I'll enclose all of this inside a bracket and I'll use the aggregate function to calculate the aggregation of the daily revenue. Okay, this looks good now. Let's run it to see if it is successfully executing or not. Oh, yes. It is successfully executed. Now let's just go ahead and see the data. So I'm going to say daily revenue and I'm going to use the show function inside. Let's run it. And now you will have a new column called the revenue that will contain the daily revenue for the orders. So you can see that for each order date, it has calculated as the revenue of each day. You can see that the revenue has a lot of values after the decimal point. So let's round it off up to 2 decimal values. But before that, we have to import the round library. So I'm going to run this cell again. And now the round library has been imported. And here inside the aggregate, now I'm going to use the round function. And I am going to close it here after the comma. I want to get the revenue up to 2 decimal places, so I have placed 2 here. Let's execute it, and it has successfully executed. Now let's run this cell again, and you will see that now the revenue will be up to 2 decimal places. Yeah, this looks good now. Okay, let's do one more thing. I'm going to order it on the basis of order date. So I'm going to say order by, and then inside it I'll say order date to make it more presentable. Now let's run it again. This runs fine. Now we'll run this cell again. And you will see that now the order date is the column on the basis of which all the data has been ordered, and the revenue is up to 2 decimal places. So this is how you can develop a simple Spark application on Databricks, which is present on top of AWS, by creating a simple notebook and running some Spark commands on it. So that's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, you will learn how you can write the data from a data frame inside the DBFS, and then we are going to see how you can read the data from the DBFS and display it on Databricks. In the previous video, we have seen how you can develop a Spark application on Databricks, which is running on top of AWS using a notebook. We created different data frame objects and loaded the data from the files that we uploaded in the previous video in the DBFS into the data frame. But there is a big disadvantage of doing so, because if you remember that while creating the cluster, we added the termination time to be 30 minutes of inactivity. So if you do not interact with the cluster for 30 minutes, then it is going to terminate. And after termination, all of the data that you stored inside the data frame object and all of the computations will be diminished, which means that all the data that we executed in the data frame will be overwritten, and that is why the data inside the data frame is called ephemeral, which means that it is stateless. So now I have to run all the commands again in order to store the data inside the database. So firstly, I am going to create this orders data frame once again to load the data inside it. And since the cluster is running now, so it is going to execute the command again. Okay, so it has successfully executed. Now let's run the cell having orders item data frame, and it has also created. Then the other thing that we did was the joining of the two data sets. So I'm going to run this cell again, and now we are all good. So now I'm going to create a new cell, and now the only thing that I want to do is to store this data which is present inside the data frame into some persistent storage, so that the next time the cluster is terminated, all the computation and all the processing will not be lost. So the most convenient and the most suitable persistent storage inside the Databricks is the DBFS. So I am going to import or save the data from the data frame object into the DBFS. And for that, we are going to use the read and write APIs, which are provided by the Spark. Okay, so firstly, I am going to write the daily revenue that I calculated here inside this data frame. I want to store it inside the persistent storage, which is the DBFS. So I am going to use the write API of the Spark. And to do so, I am going to use this query. Here I am writing this daily revenue using the write API, and the type of the file is CSV. This write function has a lot of file types like CSV, JSON, Parquet, Avro, and many more. So the file type is CSV, that is why I have selected CSV here. So the first parameter is going to be the path where the file needs to be stored. So let's scroll up a bit, and let's go to the path where the file is present. So this is the path. I am going to copy it from here, and I am going to paste it inside the single quote which is present in the CSV function. So this is the path where I want to write the data inside the DBFS, but I want to create a new folder inside the retail DB. So after a / I am going to say daily revenue. So it is going to create a new folder called daily revenue inside this directory, and is going to store the data which is present inside the daily revenue data frame in the DBFS. Let's run it to see if it is successfully executed or not. You will see that it has successfully executed and the data has been written. Now let's verify this, whether the data has actually been written or not. So I'm going to say %fs ls, and the path is going to be this one. So I want to see whether this directory has been created or not, or whether anything is present inside it or not. Let's run it to see the output, and after a while you can see that this daily revenue table has this file name having a CSV extension. This means that the data has been successfully written. So this was one way of verifying it. Now let's verify it in a different way, which is by using the read function. So the read function is present inside the Spark object. So I'm going to say spark.read. The type of file is CSV, so I'm going to use CSV. Then once again, I need to provide the path of the file that needs to be read. So go ahead and copy this path, go down, paste it here, and there needs to be another parameter, which is the header. Because the file has an header, if you remember that when we were writing the data into the DBFS, we set the header to true. While we are reading the data from the DBFS, this header true must be added. And here we'll use the show function so that all of this can execute in a single line. Let's execute it to see the data. And you can see that it has successfully fetched the data that was present inside the data frame object. So, in simple words, you can say that all the data or all the calculations that we performed and stored it inside the data frame object has now been stored into the persistent storage, which is DBFS. So, even if now the cluster is terminated or any other thing happens, this data will remain persistent inside the Databricks in the form of DBFS. So this is how you can write the data from the data frame object inside the DBFS to make it persistent and then read it to display it on the Databricks. So that's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, you will learn how you can export a Databricks notebook and then import it into a new Databricks account. In the previous video, you have seen that we created a notebook and then we run some Spark queries on it in which we write the data from the data frame object into the DBFS to persist the data. But this notebook is limited to my account only. What if I want to share it with you guys or with anyone else? Then what should we do? There is an option of importing and exporting the notebook which is provided by Databricks. So if I want to share the notebook with you, I need to export it from my system and then give it to you, and then you can simply import it into your Databricks. So in order to export the notebook, I have to go to this workspace because the notebook was created inside the workspace. You can see that this is my notebook having all the queries that I executed in the previous video. So you have two options. Either you right click here and you get the export option, or you can click on these three dots and then click on the export option from here. You can choose any of the ones you want. Here you have different formats of exporting your notebook. First one is the DBC archive, second one is as a source file, then we have it as HTML and the IPython. The IPython and DBC archive will run on almost any platform like Jupyter Notebook, etc. You can select any of the one. In this video, I am going to select DBC archive. Once you click on it, you will see that downloading will start and the first notebook.dbc has been downloaded into my system. So this was the first step of sharing the notebook that I have exported it. Now if I want to give it to someone and I want them to import it into a system, how you can do it? I have a single workspace, so let me first delete this notebook from here so that I can show you how I can import it. Let's click on move to trash. Confirm and move to trash, and then from the trash I am going to remove it from here too. Okay, so that we don't have any track of anything. Okay, so you can see that my workspace does not have any notebook right now and it is totally empty. Let's refresh the page. Now let's go ahead and see how you can import the notebook into your workspace. For that, go to your workspace and here you have to right click and you'll get the option to import. Okay, click on import. Then you have two options. Either you can import the notebook from a file or a URL. Since we have downloaded the notebook on our local system, so I'm going to select the file. Then we have the target folder, and here you have to browse to the location where the file is present. The file was present in my download folder. This was the one. So let's select it and it will take some time to upload it, and after a while I'm simply going to click on import button and you will see that the import has been successful. Now if I click on this notebook, you can see that all the queries including the result of the queries are present inside the notebook. This means that the queries and their results have persisted even if we exported the notebook and then imported it. But one thing to remember is that since I am importing this on my same system, on my same Databricks account, so if I run any of these queries, they will run fine. But if you actually export it and then ask someone else to import it on your Databricks account, then they will have to first create the folder directory like we did in the previous videos, just like so, and then upload the datasets in all of the file folders. And then in these queries, they'll have to change the path like there. In such queries, wherever we have provided the path of the folder, they'll have to update the path because the path might be different from the one we executed in our queries. Okay, so if you are already having the similar file structure and all the data set is uploaded in the same path, then you can simply go ahead and run the queries and you will get the results similar to this. So this is how you can export and import Databricks notebooks. That's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to the section on AWS Storage Solutions. In the first video of the section, we are going to see what is AWS S3 and how you can get started with AWS S3. Okay, so first of all, I need to discuss in broad strokes what is Amazon S3. So S3 stands for Simple Storage Service. That's where the 3S comes from. It was originally launched in 2006 as the first service. Now, since 2006, things have come a long way. There's been a whole bunch of new features that have been added, but really the general premise of the service has stayed the same. And the core functionality of S3 is that it's focused on general object storage that exists on the cloud, and it takes advantage of AWS Cloud infrastructure. Now, I like to think of S3 as something similar to maybe Google Drive or Dropbox, something that in the sense that you can literally use it to store anything. However, I do think that S3 is more tailored towards storage object for software-oriented applications. After all, we are using AWS, so just keep that in mind. However, you can really use it for anything that you want. Now, in terms of content that you can store on S3, like I said, you can really do anything. You can store big file up to 5 terabytes in sizes, small file, media content, source codes, spreadsheets, emails, whatever you really want, you can store on S3. So really, it's like the kitchen sink for dumping file content, and at that, it's very, very affordable in terms of pricing. Now, in terms of performance characteristics of S3 and why it's a good idea to use, well, it's advertised as a very highly scalable for applications that have very high throughput. So you can build microservices that need to store objects in S3 and have very low latencies when trying to put objects or even get objects from S3. It's also highly available, so AWS behind the scenes will replicate your data on S3 into different data centers all across the region that you have it associated with, so that even if one goes down, the data will still be accessible from a different region. It has high durability guarantees, so you don't have to worry about data loss. This is another very attractive factor, and what I think is the most important, for maybe perhaps the most interesting of S3, is the fact that it supports integration with AWS, and this is really where a lot of the magic happens. You can build some very sophisticated application architectures by leveraging S3 and integrating it with all different AWS services. I'm going to give you some concrete examples a little bit later, but just in broad strokes here are a couple, so it's useful in a variety of different contexts. So I have 3 of them listed here for you. The first one is website hosting. So you can use S3 to store content like static content for your website. This can include HTML, CSS, JavaScript, image files, anything else that you need for websites. You can also use it for things like database backups. This is a very common thing that people need to do periodically, maybe once a night or once a week. So you can take a snapshot of your database, store it in S3, and then just have a copy that you can keep there for a long period of time. And a more interesting example is that you can build data processing pipelines, so you can ingest large volumes of data through some kind of architecture that you build, dump that all in S3, and even transform it after it arrives in S3 by hooking into certain events that get emitted, so that there's a whole bunch of different use cases in which leveraging S3 is appropriate. And we are going to get to some more examples a little bit later. So that was just some general background information of S3. Now let's move towards some core concepts that you need to know about how you are going to be working with S3. So the first core concept, perhaps the most important one, is this concept of bucket. So a bucket is really just a container of objects that you want to store within a certain namespace. So when you create a bucket, you need to give it a name in a similar way where you would create a folder on the file system, and that bucket name needs to be globally unique. There can't be 2 buckets with the same name. So if I create a bucket called a better You cannot create a bucket called better. So that is one of the constraints that you should probably know about right now. Right out of the gate, now in terms of bucket represents now is I like to think of bucket just as a general purpose file system. The bucket itself is the top level folder, and then within the bucket you can have subfolders, you can have files at different levels of the subfolders, or even at the root level. It's really up to you, so you can organize your buckets in a wide variety of different ways depending on your use case. Now, the second core concept is, as you would assume, something called objects, and objects are just the content that you are storing inside your buckets. Now, this can include a wide variety of different file types like we discussed earlier. So, this can include media content such as videos or images. It can include JSON files or CSV files or whatever you want to put in there. It can also include like SDKs or jars or zip files that are useful for your applications to actually boot up. So there's a whole bunch of different things that you can store in there, but the TLDR of really is that you can create buckets which are like folders, and then you put objects inside of those buckets, and those are going to persist throughout time. So that's all about AWS S3 buckets. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, you will see a brief overview of what is Glacier storage class in AWS S3. Let's talk about another low-cost storage in the AWS S3, which is the Glacier. If you review all these storage classes, we have S3 Standard, S3 Intelligent Tiering, S3 Standard IA, S3 One Zone IA, the Glacier Instant, Glacier Flexible Retrieval, Glacier Deep Archive, Outpost, and Performance Charts. Out of all these storage classes, after the S3 Standard one, the Glacier and the Glacier Deep Archive are the most important one. One of the most important requirements within any project is nothing but maintaining the backup files. And those backup files will not be asked for very frequently. So in such scenarios, we use the Glacier or the Glacier Deep Archives. By choosing the Glacier or the Glacier Deep Archive, the cost compared to the S3 Standard storage class will be much more cheaper. Now, let's understand the difference between the Standard and the Glacier storage class with respect to pricing. For that, you can go to pricing here. If you scroll down a little bit, you can see the cost per terabyte for the Standard, and then if you scroll down a little bit, you can see the same for the Glacier and the Glacier Deep Archive. So if we make a comparison, you can see that for the Standard, the first 50 terabyte per month are this amount per GB, and the same goes for next 450 TB and the 500 TB. But for the Glacier or the Deep Glacier, you can see that the cost is much less per GB as compared to the Standard. So you can see that in terms of pricing, the Glacier or the Glacier Deep Archive are much cheaper as compared to the Standard. Now let's compare each of them with respect to latency, and for that click on the storage classes from here. And once you land on this page, scroll down a little bit and click on Performance Chart, and you will be redirected to a page that looks like this. Here you can see the performance across the S3 storage classes. So if we want to see in terms of latency, you can see the first byte latency here. So the first one is the Standard. You can see that the first byte latency for the Standard is in the milliseconds. But if we say that for the Glacier or the Deep Archive Glacier, you can see that the latency is minutes or in hours. And if I scroll horizontally, you can see that the latency for the Deep Archive Glacier is in hours. So this means that in terms of latency, the Glacier and the Deep Glacier are also much better than the Standard one. Now let's see that how you can set Glacier as your object class. And for that, go to your AWS console, go to your all the buckets. Here are the buckets. Okay, so I'm going to go to AT retail bucket. Inside this, I'm going to go inside the retail DB folder, and then I'm going to select the orders folder, and I'm going to check this file, and then from the actions, I'm gonna go to edit the storage class. And if you scroll down, you can see different storage classes, and from here you can select the Glacier or the Glacier Deep Archive in order to change the storage class for a particular object. Now let's see how you can change the storage class for the whole bucket. And for that you can go to the management. And from here you have the lifecycle rules and the replication rules. From here select the lifecycle rule and then click on edit. Scroll down a little bit. And from here in the lifecycle rule action you should check move the non-current versions of the objects between the storage classes. And from here you can select Glacier or the Glacier Deep Archive as your storage class. If you want to maintain the older version as part of the Glacier before they are deleted, then you should select Glacier as the storage class for the transition. And similarly, you can also set it as part of the replication rule. So let's go to the bucket, go to the management, and from here scroll down, select your replication rule and click on edit rule. Once you are inside the rule, scroll down. You will have to check this checkbox which says change the storage class for the replicated object. And from here you can select the Glacier or the Glacier Deep Archive that you want. So these are some of the ways in which you can change the storage class of your bucket or any object or by the replication rule or lifecycle rule to change the storage class to Glacier or Glacier Deep Archive, and we see a comparison why Glacier or Glacier Deep Archive is better than the standard storage class. So that's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video you will learn how you can create an S3 bucket on AWS and how you can add different objects in it. As discussed in the previous video that you can upload a wide variety of files into your S3 bucket. These can be JSON files or any other source file or images, text file, etc. In this video, we are going to upload CSV files into our S3 bucket. But in order to upload the files into the bucket, we need to have an S3 bucket. So the first step is to create an S3 bucket. You have multiple options to go to S3. First is the recently visited, this one. Then the next option is you can search S3 in the search bar and click on this S3 bucket. And the third option is go to the services and here you will see S3. You can also add it to the favorites so that you can get it quickly. Click on S3 to go to the S3 bucket console. And then you are going to land into a page that looks something like this. These are the buckets that are created while creating the CloudFormation or the stack when we created the Databricks workspace on top of AWS. Now I am going to create a new bucket. So for that, click on Create Bucket option. Here you have to provide a bucket name. I've already discussed that the bucket name must be unique. You can also read it from here. Bucket name must be unique within the global namespace and follow the bucket naming rules. So I am going to follow the convention by adding the initials of my name, placing a hyphen, and then I am going to say retail. And here I am going to upload the same dataset that we used in the previous section. Okay, the region is automatically set. I don't think you need to change anything else. Just remove this checkbox, make it unchecked, and as a result of this, you have to acknowledge it that you are aware of the consequences. Then just go ahead and simply click Create Bucket. Okay, so it is saying that bucket name must not contain uppercase characters. Let me change it to this. Now let's go ahead and click on Create Bucket button. And you can see now the bucket has been created. If you click on it, you will see something like this. This is the option from where you can upload different files and folders into your S3 bucket. But before moving forward, let's see the dataset that we want to upload. If you remember that in the previous section, we created a folder called Retail DB, and inside this folder, we have these 6 folders having single file in each of them. So I want to create a similar file hierarchy inside my S3 bucket as well. So for that, firstly, I need to create an empty folder called Retail DB inside my bucket. So here I'm going to click on Create Folder and I'm going to call it Retail _DB. Then I'm simply going to click on Create Folder. You can see that the folder Retail DB has been created. Click on it and now you have the option to create a folder or upload any files or folders. If you click on Upload, then you have the option to add files or add folder. If you click on the option to add a folder, it will allow you to add a single folder at a time. For example, in the retail DB, let me select this. If I try to select more than one folder, then it is not going to allow me. So this add folder option is going to add a single folder at a time. And you can see that it is also giving us the destination where it will be uploaded, and simply click upload. Okay, it is going to take some time, and yes, it has been uploaded. Now, if you want to add some other folders, there is another option too. Click on upload, and then you have the option to drag and drop the files here. Let me bring it here. And now you can see that I have already uploaded the categories. Let me upload customers, departments, order details, orders, and products. Select all of them and then just drag and drop all of them at once. So now you can see that instead of adding a single folder at a time, all of the folders and all of the files inside them have been uploaded at once. So I think that dragging and dropping the folder is a better option in terms of saving the time. And you can see that the files are being uploaded inside the folders. And yeah, all of the files have been uploaded. And if you want to see all of this, simply click on this close button. And you can see that if I go back to my S3 bucket, which is the AT retail, here is my first folder, which is retail_db. And inside this folder, I have 6 new folders. And inside each of the folder, there is a file that we have already seen in the previous section. So once you upload all of these files into the S3 bucket, now these are called objects. You can see the heading of objects here, and it says objects are the fundamental entries stored in the S3 bucket. So anything you store inside the S3 bucket will be considered as an object. So right now you have seen how to create an S3 bucket in AWS and how to upload objects inside the S3 buckets and create folders. That's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to another video of the section AWS Storage Solution. In this video, you are going to learn how you can add version control in AWS S3 bucket so that you can prevent your data from being lost in case of any mishap or disaster, either man-made or natural. In the previous video, you have seen how you can create an S3 bucket in AWS and how to add different type of objects in different folders inside the S3 bucket. Now, if any of the mishap happens and we somehow lost the data which is present inside the S3 bucket, or some of the data might get changed and we want the previous version of the bucket, then what should we do? In such scenarios, version controlling comes into action. Sometimes we might delete the object or update the objects in the S3 bucket accidentally, and versioning will facilitate us to recover the objects using the version. Even when it comes to our application, there might be a bug due to which the objects might get corrupted. We can fix the corrupted objects by using prior versions of the objects or files, and that is the main purpose of versioning. It is primarily to come out of the disaster. So how you can do version control in S3? It is very simple. You have to go to your AWS account, and once you are inside your AWS account, you simply have to go through the S3 bucket. Here you can see that this is a bucket that we created in the previous video. Click on it, and we want to add version control to this particular folder. You have to remember that versioning can only be enabled at the bucket levels, but you can define the rules of which part of the bucket you want to version. So in order to add the version control for the bucket, the first thing you need to do is to enable the versioning. For that, you have to go to properties inside your S3 bucket, and here if you scroll down a little bit, you will see that the bucket versioning has been disabled. To enable it, you simply have to click on this edit button, and here you have to select the enable radio button. And after you do so, you will have to read the message that says after enabling the bucket versioning, you might need to update your lifecycle rules to manage previous versions of object. This means that simply enabling the bucket versioning is not enough. You have to define the lifecycle rules to manage the previous version of the object. That is what you want to do with the previous version after the bucket versioning is enabled. Okay, simply click on Save Changes, and after that, we will move towards adding the lifecycle rules to define what should happen with the previous versions of the bucket. If you do not define the lifecycle rules, then you will unnecessarily spending too much of the money on the storage and you will be paying unnecessarily. So make sure you define the lifecycle rules so that the older versions are well managed and you don't have to pay unnecessarily amount of money. Let's quickly go ahead and verify that the bucket versioning is enabled, and you can see that now versioning is displayed to be enabled. Let's go back to our bucket. So this is the bucket that we are using right now. Let's go ahead and add the lifecycle rule for its version control. You can simply add a lifecycle rule by clicking on management and then click on the create lifecycle rule. So what we are going to do is we will add a basic lifecycle rule to delete previous versions which are older than 3. Moreover, we are also going to filter the data by prefix so that it will only affect those files or those objects inside the bucket that have a particular prefix. In this case, we are going to define the prefix to be retail_db. Let's go ahead and do it. You have to go to management in order to provide the lifecycle rules, and once you click on management, you can see that here currently there is no lifecycle rule and you have two options to create lifecycle rule. Either you can click on this one or this one. Okay, once you click on this, the first thing is you have to provide a lifecycle rule name. So I'm going to call it archived retail files. Okay, the next thing is to choose a role scope. You have two options: limit the scope of this rule using one or more filters and apply to all objects in the bucket. If you click on apply to all the objects in the bucket, then you simply have to click the checkbox. Then you have to select one of the lifecycle rules which you want to perform on all the objects of the bucket and then simply click create rule. But as I have mentioned earlier that I want to apply the version control to only those objects in the bucket which fall inside the retail_db folder or that have a prefix of retail_db. So I want to apply the versioning on a limited number of objects inside the bucket. So I am not going to choose apply to all objects. I'll select limit the scope of this rule using one of more filters. Then you have to provide the prefix. So if I go back, I am going to show you the concept of prefix. Go back to your bucket and you can see that inside our bucket, I have a main folder called retail_db, and then all the folders and all the files are placed inside this retail_db folder. So for all these folders and all the files present inside the folder, retail_db is the prefix. So whenever we copy the path, this is going to be the first folder that appears in front of the path of all the files and all the folders. So it is our prefix. So let's go back to the lifecycle rule. And now I'm going to define the prefix as I have shown you now that the prefix is going to be retail_db because it is a folder inside which all of the files and all of the folders of our bucket are present. So everything which is present inside the retail_db folder will be affected by the rule that we apply on the S3 bucket. Then you have the option to apply the tag. I am not going to use this. After that, you have to specify the lifecycle rule action, that what will happen after a certain version is maintained. So I am going to say delete expired objects, delete markers, or this. You have different options to delete expired object, and then permanently delete the non-current version. So I want to delete all of the objects present inside the retail_db prefix which are 3 days older. So I am going to select the permanently delete non-current versions of objects. Then you have to provide the duration. So I am going to provide 3 days. So this means that versions older than 3 days will be permanently deleted from the S3 bucket. Okay, no need to change anything else, and you can see or review the transition and expiration actions. You can see that day 0 objects become non-current, and when it reaches to day 3, then all the non-current versions are permanently deleted. Okay, this is what we want to do. Simply click on create rule and you can see that the lifecycle configuration has been updated and the rule has been successfully added. But right now I cannot verify this rule because the version is going to take 3 days, because after 3 days the older version will going to be deleted. But I am going to show you a different way of verifying whether the versioning has been enabled or not. So go inside your S3 bucket, go inside any of your folders, let's say orders folder, and here is a single file called part0000. So now I am going to upload a file with the same name inside the same directory to see whether it maintains the previous version or not. So let's go to upload, and I am going to select add files from here. Then I am going to go to my directory, which is retail_db. Inside it, I am going inside the orders folder, and this is the file that I am going to upload. It is the same file as the one which is already present in the bucket. I just want to ensure the version control. Okay, simply click on upload. It is going to take some time for uploading, and yes, it has been uploaded. Okay, so now you can see that it shows a single file still inside the orders table, but you can see the versioning by turning this toggle button on, and once you click on the show versions, you can see that now there are two files, and this is the last modified date of both of them, and the only difference between the two is the version ID, and all of the things are the same. So this means that version control has been enabled by the S3 bucket after the rule that we applied on all the objects which have a prefix of retail_db. So this is how you can add version control to your S3 bucket to minimize the data loss or recover from any disaster, which can be either man-made or natural disaster, so that your data might not be lost and you can easily recover it. So that's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, you will learn how you can perform cross-region replication for AWS S3 in order to enable fault tolerance. In the previous video, you have seen how you can enable the version control in S3 bucket and how you can add the lifecycle rules to some parts of your bucket on the basis of a prefix that will be affected by the rule defined for the version control. In this video, we are going to see how you can perform cross-region replication for fault tolerance. Let's go through the details about the cross-region replication of S3 buckets or objects within the S3 bucket. In some extreme cases, our S3 bucket might not be accessible within a specific region due to unforeseen circumstances which might impact data centers in AWS region or AZ within the AWS regions. By enabling the cross-region replication, we can have a copy of the S3 bucket or object within the bucket in some other region. So we can simply create the cross-region replication of our bucket to enable recovery in case of fault. So in order to enable the cross-region replication, you have to go to your S3 bucket. Here you have to create a new bucket. For that, click create bucket. This is going to be the copy of our original bucket. I am going to call it AT-retail-copy so that I can know that it is a copy of AT-retail. Then you have to select a different AWS region. In the previous bucket, the region was Asia Pacific Mumbai, but for this one, I am going to select, say, US East 1, so that the bucket is in the different region. Then you have to keep all other things as it is. Simply uncheck this box and then acknowledge that you are aware of the circumstances, and then simply click create bucket. And you can see that your bucket AT retail copy has been created. Now the next step is to create an IAM role for the cross-region replication. Why this IAM role is needed, I am going to describe this later on in this video. But let's just go to IAM, type IAM here, and you will select the first option that appears. Once you are inside the IAM console, you have to click on roles, and from here you have to click on create role. From here, for the trusted entity type, you will select the default, which is AWS service. Then scroll down, you have the use case. From here you will click on use cases for other AWS services, and from here you have to search for S3. Select S3 from here. It is asking me to select a use case, so I am going to say call AWS services on your behalf. Okay. Then click next. Once you click next, here we have to provide it the policy. I am going to search S3 in the search bar, and you have to select Amazon S3 full access, which is this one. It is to provide all the permissions to the S3 bucket. Then simply click next. Then you have to provide a name to your role. I'm going to call it AWS S3 full access role. Then you can review these permissions, everything, and simply click create role. And you can see that your role has been successfully created. Now go back to your S3 bucket, and then we have to define the replication rule at the source bucket. So the source bucket in my case is AT-retail. So I'm going to go inside it and click on the management tab. And if you scroll down a little bit, you will see the replication rules. Click on create replication rule. And the first thing is you have to define the replication rule name. I'm going to call it retail replication. Okay. Then you have to choose the status. Make sure that the status is enabled. Then for the source bucket, you can see it is already selected at AT retail. The region is specific. Since we have specified to limit scope of rule using one or more filter, then we are going to use the same option here, and the prefix is going to be retail_db like we selected previously. Okay, the retail spelling is wrong. Retail_db. Okay, no need to add any tags. Then for the destination, you have to choose a bucket name. For that, I'm going to browse, and this is the bucket that I want as the destination. So I'm going to click on choose path. And once you do that, you have to click on enable bucket versioning because our source bucket has versioning enabled. Okay, then you have to select the IAM role. Okay, so I already told you that we created the IAM role, but I did not say why we are creating this. This is because we want to define a role that have full access of reading the data from the source bucket and then have the permission to write the data into the target bucket. So that is why we have created an IAM role which have the full access over the S3 bucket. Either it is the read access or the write access. So here I am going to choose the role. This is the role that I created having the full access over the S3 bucket. Then no need to change anything else and simply click save. Here you have two options. Either you want to replicate the existing objects or not. I am going to say no, do not replicate the existing object. So this means that whenever any change will occur inside my source bucket, only those changes will be depicted in the destination bucket. Let me show you how. You can see that right now in AT retail or retail_db, there are different files and different folders. But if I go into AT retail copy, right now it does not have anything because nothing has changed inside my AT retail bucket. Let me make some changes. Go to retail_db and inside the orders table, I am going to delete this file from here. Okay. Here you have to type delete to delete the file, and the file will be deleted. Now once the file is deleted, again I am going to upload the same file inside the same folder. So let's go ahead and do that. I am going to browse to the location where my orders folder is present, and this is the file that I am going to upload. Click on open and then click on upload. Once the file is uploaded, you can see that it will be present here and you will see the version. So you can see that the file has been uploaded. Now if I go back to my buckets and then choose the AT retail copy bucket, let's refresh the bucket a few times to depict the changes. You can see that now it has the folder retail_db, and if I go inside, it has the orders table having the updated file. Okay, so you can see that our updates that we made in the source bucket have been reflected inside our destination bucket, which is a copy of the bucket and is present inside the different region. So this is how you can do cross-region replication of your S3 bucket to prevent fault or to enable the fault toleration. That's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, you will learn how to set up and configure AWS S3 CLI using IAM user credential. Managing AWS S3 bucket from your CLI is very simple. You simply have to go to the command prompt, and here you have to write certain commands in order to manage it. So firstly, I am going to see AWS S3 help to see whether it is providing me a list of instructions for the help or not. Okay, you can see that it has provided me different values. Firstly, it is providing me the path argument type for the S3. Then we have the order of the path argument. Then you can see there are some of the commands which are performed only on single file and S3 object, which are CP, MV and RM. CP is to copy the file, MV is to move the file, and RM is to remove the file. Okay, then let's move ahead, and you can see that here are some of the operations that will result in a directory or S3 prefix bucket operation, which are sync, MB, RB, LS. We'll see all of them in the next video. Okay, then we have the include and exclude filters, and we have a lot of things, and you have the available commands CP, LS, MB, MV, redesign, RB, sync, website, etc. In case of Windows, you will come out of it on your own. Okay, now let's run another command. I'm going to say AWS S3 LS to see all the files or all the objects which are present inside the S3 bucket. So let's press enter, and it said an error occurred, invalid access key when calling the list bucket. Okay, this is because I haven't created an IAM user for it that have the permission to read or write the data from the bucket using the CLI. So the first step in managing the AWS S3 bucket through the CLI is to create an IAM user that is specific for managing the AWS bucket through the CLI. So for that, you have to go to your AWS management console. From there, you have to select IAM. Once you are in the IAM console, you have to click on users. And once you are in the user, you have to create a new user. I'm going to create the user by my name. You can create by any name you want. And make sure that you add any number or any hyphen, etc. with it to keep it unique. Then I don't need the console access because I'm going to use it for the CLI, so I'm not going to check this button. Then simply click next. Here you have to set the permission. Either you can add user to the group or copy the permission or attach policies directly. This is the best option in this case because if we click on attach policies directly, it is going to give us a list of policies to attach. To keep the thing simple, I'm simply going to give it all the administrator accesses so that it has access to all the contents of the S3 along with the permissions to access the objects of AWS as a whole. Then simply click next. Once you do that, you review the settings of your AWS user and click create user. Once you click on create user, you will see after a while a user will be created. Once your user is created, click on the username, and once you land on the page, you have to click on create access key. This is going to be the access key that will be used for logging into the AWS S3 bucket through the CLI. So here it is asking us the use case for which we are going to use it. So I'm going to say command line interface and then check this checkbox. Simply click next. Here you have to provide a description. So I'm going to say CLI and then click create access key. So you can see that the access key has been created. You can simply go ahead and download this CSV file and keep it somewhere safe, so that whenever you want to access it, you can simply open the file and copy it from here, because this is the first and the last time you are seeing this key. Okay, you can see the message from here. This is the only time that the secret key can be viewed or downloaded. You cannot recover it later. However, you can create a new access key at any time. So if you want to use this one, you will have to keep it downloaded safely at some place. Okay, now the access key has been downloaded. Let's go ahead and have a look at it. So this is the access key ID and the secret access key for my account. Now I'm going to go ahead and configure this ID on my CLI, and you have to write the command AWS configure. Okay, then press enter, and once you press enter, it will ask you to enter the AWS access key ID, and it is going to be the same ID that is present inside the file. Copy the ID from the file and paste it here. Once you paste the ID, then it is going to ask you to enter the AWS secret access key. Go back to the file, copy the access key from there and paste it here. Once you paste the access key, it will ask you to enter the default region name. My region is AP South 1, and it is not necessary to provide the region name. You can simply leave it as it is. Then you want to define the output format. I'm going to not define it and click enter. Okay, so now the AWS has been configured. Let's go and once again run the command AWS S3 ls to see whether it provides us the list of files present inside the S3. And you can see that inside the S3 bucket right now there is a bucket called AT Retail copy, AWS demo stack bucket, AWS demo stack lambda zip bucket, and this one. So these three were the ones that were created while creating the cloud formation, and these are the two that we created in the previous videos of the section. Okay, so this means that we are now actually able to access the contents of the S3. So this is how you can set up and configure the AWS S3 CLI and the IAM user credentials for it. That's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, you will learn how you can manage objects present inside the AWS S3 bucket using the AWS CLI. In the previous video, you have seen that how you can set up and configure the AWS S3 CLI by using the IAM credentials. Now we are going to use the AWS S3 CLI to manage the objects present inside S3. So firstly, we are going to go ahead and list out all the folders and all the files which are present inside the S3 bucket. So for that, you can use AWS S3 ls command, and when you do this, it is going to display you all the objects which are present inside the S3 bucket. Now, if you want to go inside a specific bucket, for example, AT-retail, you can say AWS S3 ls and then S3 : // and then write the name of the bucket that you want to read the files. Then press enter. And you can see that inside this bucket, it has a single folder called retail, and if you go inside the retail DB, then it will show the folders and then it will show the files. But if you want to view all the folders and all the files which are present inside the AT retail bucket, then you can use the recursive flag. So you have to write the command AWS S3 ls, then provide the bucket name and then use --recursive. So this is going to recursively run this task and is going to display all the files and all the folders which are present inside the bucket AT-retail. Run it, and you can see that now it has given us that the first folder inside AT retail is retail DB. Then inside retail DB we have category, then inside categories we have this file. And this same goes for all of the files and all of the folders. So you can use the recursive flag to view all the contents present inside the S3 bucket. In the previous video, we have seen some commands like cp, mv and rm. Now we are going to use some of these commands. So firstly, I want to delete all the folders which are present inside the retail, so that when I click on the AT retail bucket, I will only see the retail DB folder and inside it nothing will be present, which means the retail DB folder should be empty. Let's go ahead and do it. Since I want to delete all the files and all the folders which are present inside the retail DB, so I'm going to write this AWS S3 ls, then provide the path of the bucket and then place a / and then write retail DB because I want to move inside the retail DB in order to delete it, and then another / here. Then in place of ls, you have to use rm to remove the files. As I told you earlier that rm command is used to remove the file. So now if I run only this command, it is going to delete a single folder present inside it, but I want to delete all the folders and all the files present inside it. Then once again I am going to use the recursive flag. So now it is going to move inside the AT retail bucket and then inside the retail DB folder. Then it is going to run this rm command which is used to remove the objects, and it is going to recursively run the remove command to delete all of the folders and all of the files which are present inside the retail_db folder. Let's run this, and you can see that it has deleted the categories, order items, customers, orders, products and departments. Now let's go ahead and verify this. Go to your AWS account and from here go to the buckets. I am going to go to AT retail and then retail DB, and now you can see that this folder is empty, which means that all of the files and all of the folders which were present inside the retail_db have been successfully deleted by the CLI. Let's go back. But you can see that here in the list, it is showing the retail_db to be also deleted. Let's go back and verify this, but it is showing retail_db here. Refresh it, and you can see that now the retail_db has also been removed. So you can see that all of the subfolders inside the AT retail bucket have been deleted. Now if you want to create a new directory or a new folder inside the bucket, you cannot do it by using any command directly on the CLI. It is not possible. The only way to create a directory within a bucket is by copying the directory or the folder from some other bucket inside the bucket in which you want to place it. Let's go to our AWS S3, and inside the buckets you can see that in the previous videos we created a copy of the AT retail bucket having the retail_db folders and having the orders folder and a file. So now I am going to go ahead and then I am going to use this AT retail copy bucket to copy the orders folder and the file inside it inside the AT retail bucket. Okay, so to do so, let me first clear my screen. And in order to copy, you have to use the cp command. So I am going to say AWS S3 cp, and firstly I am going to define the path of my first bucket, or which is the source bucket, which is AT retail copy. And then inside this I want to go inside the retail_db folder and then inside the orders folder, and then I am going to define the path of my destination bucket, which is going to be AT-retail, and inside it I want to create a folder called retail_db, and inside it I want to create a table orders / and since these are multiple directories inside the AT retail bucket, then I am going to use the recursive flag here. Let's run it, and you can see that it has copied the S3 AT retail copy this path file inside this particular path, which is AT retail, inside which it created a folder called retail_db, inside which it created a folder orders, and then placed this file here. Let's confirm this. Go to your S3, and here inside the bucket you have to click on AT retail, refresh it, and you can see that now there is a single folder present called retail_db. If you click on it, you will see the orders table, and once you click it, now you can see that this file has been copied from the AT retail copy bucket inside the AT retail bucket. Now let's confirm this from the CLI as well. So I'm going to say AWS S3 ns, then I'm going to define the path S3:/AT retail /retail_db and then orders table. Okay, and I want to view all of the files, so I'm going to say recursive. Okay, let's run this, and you can see that it has shown us that this file is present inside the orders table, which is present inside the retail_db folder. This is a longer path. You can also say AWS S3 ns and then simply define the name of your S3 bucket. Run this, and it is going to work in the same way. Okay, I forgot to write recursive flag here. Write recursive, and it is going to work in the same way like this one did. Okay, let's go to the AWS console, and inside the buckets, I'm gonna go inside the AT retail copy bucket, and then inside the retail_db folder, I am going to upload all the remaining folders and files inside it to depict another thing. Okay, so let's go ahead and click on upload button from here, and then go to the directory where your files are present and select all of these at once. I already have orders, so I'm going to skip it and select all others. Control select all of them and then simply paste them here, and in this way all of the files will place inside my copy bucket, and you can see that the files have been uploaded. Now you can see that instead of a single folder, there are total 6 folders. Okay, so all of this is being done because I've previously shown you how you can copy a single file or a single folder from one bucket to another. Now I am going to show you how you can copy more than one file or more than one folder from one bucket to another at the same time. And for that I'm gonna go inside my buckets and then AT retail copy, and I am going to upload a new file inside it, and this file is going to be a SQL file which is present inside the retail DB. So I'm going to choose this one, create db.sql file. Okay, let's click on upload button. It is going to take some time for uploading, and yes, it has been uploaded. Okay, now so go back to the AWS CLI. Now I want to copy all the files and all the folders from my AT retail copy bucket into the AT retail bucket except this .sql file. So I am going to write the command AWS S3 CP. Firstly, I am going to define the path of my source bucket, which is S3 AT retail -copy. Then inside it, I have retail underscore DB folder, and I want to copy all the files inside it. So I'm going to place another /. Then I'm going to define the destination bucket, which is going to be AT-retail. Then inside it I have retail underscore DB, and I want to create all the folders inside it. So I'm going to place another / here. Now there are multiple folders, so I'm going to use the recursive flag, and I want to exclude the SQL file. For that I am going to use the exclude flag, and inside the double quotes I am going to say create underscore db dot SQL. Okay, so it is going to exclude this file and then copy everything else inside the destination bucket, which is this one. Let's run it, and you will see that it is going to copy all of the files one by one from the source bucket into the destination bucket. So you can see that it has copied the categories folder, the product folder, customer, orders, order table and department, and it has excluded the create underscore db.sql file. Let's verify it from the console. Go to your buckets, and from here select AT retail bucket and go inside the retail DB folder, and you can see that now all of the folders are present, but the create db.sql file has not been copied. Let's verify whether it is present here or not, but it has not been copied. Okay, but this file was placed here instead of retail underscore DB. So let me delete it from here. Okay, let me delete it from here, and then I am going to place it inside the retail DB folder. I uploaded it outside. Let me click on upload, add file, and then select the file again, which was create db.sql. Then click on upload. Okay, so the file has been uploaded. Now let's go to the CLI, and I am going to run the copy command again to verify that it has not copied the create db.sql file and has copied everything else. So it is copying all the data and it has completed it. So here you can also see that this file has not been copied. Go back to the buckets, go to the AT retail bucket, and once you scroll down, go inside the retail DB folder. If you scroll down, you will see that these are all the folders, and the create orders.sql file has not been copied into the destination bucket. So this is how you can manage your AWS S3 bucket from the AWS CLI. That's all for this video. I'll see you in the next. Welcome back to another section. In this video, you will learn a brief overview of what is IAM for Databricks on AWS. Let's start this section by understanding what is IAM. So IAM stands for Identity and Access Management. So like I said, it is a glue between all the AWS services. It will allow those services to communicate with each other once you put IAM into place. The other thing is it allows to manage our AWS users, which are known as IAM users, and group them together into groups to facilitate assigning and retrieving or removing permissions from them, instead of doing it on an individual scale. So of course, if you had 2000 IAM users and you wanted in one shot to add a permission to a group that contained 2000 users, Well, you can do that in one operation instead of 2000. Now we do have a distinction between IAM users and the end users. End users use applications online, whereas IAM users are your employees in your organization that are interacting directly with AWS resources. So for example, an EC2 instance would be a resource that, let's say, a developer would be interacting with, and traditionally those are resources that are used full time from 9 to 5, let's say 5 days a week, 365 days a year. Okay, now sometimes those users have to have elevated permissions for a temporary amount of time, and that is more suited for a role, and that will eliminate the need to create separate accounts just for type of actions that are needed for, let's say, an hour, a month, or 2 hours a week, or something like that. Something like backing up an EC2 instance, removing some files, doing some cleanups. Traditionally, you don't have those permissions as a developer, but you can be given temporary permission to assume this role. So it's kind of like putting a hat on your head and pretending you are somebody that you are usually not for a temporary amount of time. Once you take off the hat, you go back to being your old boring IAM user self, which does not have access to performing backups or cleanups and stuff like that. So the roles interact with the services called the secure token service, which gives a specific key. There are 3 specific keys, which are an access key, a secret key, and much like a username and a password. And then we have a token key, which only gives you access to the role. So we'll talk more about the roles as we go through the section. In short, you can say that AWS IAM, or the Identity and Access Management, safeguards accesses to AWS services and resources, and to create and manage AWS users and groups, and use permissions to grant or deny access to AWS services. So that's all about IAM in AWS. And that's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to another video. In this video, you will learn how you can create an AWS IAM. In the previous video, you have already seen that IAM stands for Identity, Access and Management. So in order to create an IAM user, you can simply click on IAM from here, or you can type IAM in the search bar. And then you have to click on the first option that appears as a result of the search. After that, you land on the page that looks something like this. From here, you can see that on the left side, you have a navigation menu. From there, you have to click on users to create a new IAM user. This is the user that I created in the previous section. You can review it if you haven't gone through it. Then, in order to create a new user, I'm going to click on create user from here. Firstly, you have to provide a name to the user. I'm going to say AWS admin. Okay. Then you have an option to provide user access to the AWS Management Console. And AWS Management Console is nothing but the console.aws.amazon.com, which is the main AWS console through which we can access all of the resources and all of the services. So let's check on it, because we want to provide both the programmatic access and the AWS Management Console access to the user. So the programmatic access allows you to use the AWS credentials to log into different CLIs, etc. So once you click on this, it will ask you to specify, are you providing console access to a person? So you have to specify a user in Identity Center, or I want to create an IAM user. Click on this, and then it will ask you to auto-generate the password. You can view the password after you create the user, or you can select the custom password. You can select any of the value that you want. I am going to go with the auto-generated password. And then you have an option that users must create a new password at the next sign-in, and which is recommended. So this will allow the users to automatically get the IAM user change password policy to allow them to change their own password. So I am going to select this option so that the user might need to change the password for the next sign-in, and simply click next. Once you click on next, you will land on the set permissions page. Here you have 3 different permission options. First and the most common one is to add users to a group. Then we have the copy permission, and then we have attach policies directly. Add users to the group is the most commonly used one, but we haven't gone through the groups yet. So I'm not going to go with this value. I'm going to select attach policies directly. So policy is nothing but a set of different permissions which are binded into a single group. So in order to provide it access to all of the sources, all of the services and all of the resources present inside the AWS, I am going to give it administrator access. If you want to add any custom services instead of administration access, you can simply type them on search bar and then select them to provide it the access to that service. Then I am simply going to click on next. Here you can review that username is AWS admin, the password type is auto-generated, then it requires the password reset. Okay, then you can see that it has right now 2 permissions. First one is the administration access, which provides the access to all the services and resources of the AWS. Then we have the IAM user change password, which has been auto provided by AWS. And now I'm not going to place anything on the tags and click on create user. Once I click on create user, it is going to create the user for me. And you can see that it has provided me the username and the console password. So let's download this. And you can see that these are the credentials present for the current user that we have just created. So if I click on it and run it through the notepad, you can see that the username is AWS admin. Password is this value separated by comma, and then this is the console sign-in URL. Okay, so you have saved the credentials for the newly created account. You can have also the option to email the sign-in instructions, but I'm not going to select that for now, and click on return to users list. Then you can see that instead of a single user, now I have another user called AWS admin. If you click on it, you have all of the options including the ARN, user ID and everything else. Moreover, if you want to create an access ID for this user in order to enable the programmatic access, you can simply click on this create access key option. Here you have to select the use case for which you are going to use this user. I am going to select CLI and click on this checkbox and then simply click next. Once you click on next, I am going to provide a simple description and click on create access key. Then you can simply download the access key to save it to your system in order to use it for later on. So this is how you can create an IAM user on AWS and provided access to the AWS management console as well as the programmatic access. So that's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, you will learn how you can log into the AWS Management Console. Up till now in this section, you have seen that what is IAM and how you can create an IAM user in AWS. In the previous video, if you remember that we created an IAM user and we set the password to be auto-generated and we downloaded the password file having all the credentials to log in into the AWS Management Console using those credentials as an IAM user. Now I am going to use these credentials to actually log in into the AWS Management Console. So for that, open the file and you have to copy this path having a console sign-in URL. Okay, copy this, go to your browser and paste it inside address bar. And once you run this, you will be redirected to the AWS IAM user login page. Console sign-in URL is important because if you manually go to the AWS login page and choose the sign-in as the IAM user, then it is going to ask you to provide the account ID and you don't currently have it. So you have to use the console sign-in URL so that once you open the page, the account ID will already be filled for you. Then you have to provide the AWS username, which is AWS admin. Then you have to provide the password. Provide the password and click on sign in. And once you click on the sign in, you will see that you will be redirected to the AWS Management Console. And if you see on the top right corner, there is IAM username instead of the root admin. So this means that now you have logged into the console using the IAM user and not the root user. So this is how you can log in into the AWS Management Console using IAM user. That's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, you will learn how you can validate the programmatic access to the AWS IAM user. In the previous video, you have seen that how you can log in into the AWS Management Console using the IAM user. Now we are going to validate whether the user has the programmatic access or not. And you already know that programmatic access means that it has access to log in through the CLI. So now we are going to use the credentials of the IAM user to verify the programmatic access, and for that you have to open the CLI on your system. And the first command that I am going to run in order to set the IAM user is AWS configure. And once you run this command, it will ask you to enter the AWS access key ID. Now go to the file that have the AWS access keys, and this is the file. So the access key ID is this value before the comma. Let's copy it, and I am going to paste it here. Once you paste it and press enter, it is going to ask you the AWS secret access key. Go back to the file again, and then you have to copy the AWS secret access key, which is all of this up to the last value, and then you have to go there and paste it. Once you press enter, it will ask you for the default region name. Leave it as it is, and no need to add the output format. You can see that your AWS IAM user has been configured. Right now we do not have any S3 bucket or any EC2 instance to ensure the login process, so I'm going to go inside the AWS management console. From here I am gonna go inside the S3 bucket. Oh, okay, there are buckets. Let's refresh it. Yeah, there are buckets, and I'm logged in as the AWS admin. That's cool. So now I can simply run the command AWS S3 ls. Once I run this command, you can see that it is showing me that it has 80 retail copy, and all of the other buckets. Now if I run AWS S3 ls, and then I'm going to provide the path of my bucket, which is 80 retail, and I'm going to call recursive flag. Once I run this, it is going to show me all of the files and all of the folders which are present inside my 80 retail bucket. So this means that we have successfully configured our IAM user and provided it the programmatic access to be logged in by the AWS CLI. So this is how you can validate the programmatic access to the IAM user using the AWS CLI. That's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to talk about AWS IAM identity-based policies. Let's understand the IAM identity-based policies in detail. We will be focusing on predefined policies for now. So the permissions are assigned to the policies using JSON syntax, and you can see from here that if you go to the users and you click on any of the user, for example, I say AWS admin, click on it, or you can also expand it. So if you expand it, you can see that the permissions are written using the JSON syntax. Okay, so the next thing to remember is that the policies are nothing but a group of permissions that are bundled together to be assigned to either an individual user or a group. So policies are typically attached to either group or a role. It is also possible to attach policies directly to the user. So it is not necessary that the user must be added to a group in order to assign it policies. You can also assign policy to an individual user directly. Users, groups, and roles are also known as the IAM identities. So that is why this video is known as IAM identity-based policies, because users, groups, and roles are collectively known as the IAM identities. Okay. One thing to remember is that we can attach more than one policy to an IAM identity, just like in this case, that for example, we have this IAM identity called AWS admin, and right now this has more than one permission policy, which is the administrator access and the IAM user change access. So this is what I was saying, that we can attach more than one policy to an IAM identity. Moreover, we have predefined policies which we can leverage, and also we can define the custom policies. So these are the policies which were predefined and we just assigned it to our new user, but you can also create custom policies in the JSON syntax. Let's go back. If you take a look at this JSON syntax policy, you can see that there are three main parts of a policy. So the first one is the effect, second one is the action, and third one is the resource. So these three things must be added in order to define a permission policy. So the first part is the effect. Effect is where you typically define, allow or deny. So this part is only used to define whether you allow the action or you deny the action. And then comes the action part. This is where you typically define the type of actions that can be performed related to each service. For example, the service is S3 and then you can provide certain read, write, get, list action on the service which is S. So the action can be either get, list, put, delete, read only, etc. And then the third part is the resource. We can control the permissions over the resources that are related to the effect. So if we look at the administrator access right now, the effect is allow and the action is a star. So this means that this particular policy is allowing access to all the services and all the resources related to the service. So that is why it is called the administrator access, that it has access over all the policies, all the resources and all the services. Now let's just go ahead and perform a few tasks related to the identity based policies. So firstly, I am going to create a new user and I am going to call it support. For that, go to users, click on create user and I am going to call it support. Okay, then you have to provide the AWS management console or the programmatic access. I'm going to go with the programmatic access because I'll be using CLI. Then click on next. Then you have to attach the permissions. I'll say attach policies direct. And then from the list of all the policies, scroll down a little bit. And then from the list of all the policies, you have to assign the Amazon S read-only access. So you can see that from this list, this is the Amazon S3 read-only access. So select this, go down and click on next. Here you can review all the things about your user and click on create user. After a while, you will see that your user has been created. And once the user is created, you will go to the user option to create the access key. Okay, here you have to select the use case, which is the command line interface. Check this checkbox and then click on next. So then it will ask you to provide a description, provide a brief description and click on next, and then you can download the access key ID and the secret access key that will be used when using the CLI. Now let's just go ahead and open your command prompt or the CLI in which we are going to run the command. So the first thing is to configure the user. So in this video, I'm going to show you a new thing, which is to create a profile for a user so that you can create it later on. In the previous videos, we were overwriting the configuration for the new user and the credentials for the previous users were being lost. So if you create a profile, then the credentials of all your users will be saved by the title of the profile. Let me show you. So I'm going to say AWS configure. And then I'm going to say -- profile and then provided a name. So I'm going to create a profile. Then click on it. Similarly, it will ask you to add the access key ID. Copy the access key ID from the file and paste it here. Then copy the secret access key from the file and paste it here and enter. No need to define the default region name or the default output format. And your profile will be created by the name support. Now let's go ahead and see all the contents present inside the S3, and for that I'm going to use AWS S3 LS. Then since we are going to access this by the profile, so you're going to say profile and then provide the support, and then you're going to use the recursive back. Press enter and you can see that these are all the buckets which are present inside the S3. So you know that this user, which is the support, only has read-only access to the S3 bucket. So it can only read the contents present inside the S3, but it will not be able to write any data inside the bucket. So I'm going to demonstrate it now. Go to AWS console, type S3 here, click on S3. And you can see that these are the buckets present inside my S3. I'm going to go inside the AT retail copy bucket and inside the ret_b folder, I am going to delete the products, orders, order items and departments folder. Okay. So this is only to show you that this user does not have write access to the S3. Okay, click on delete objects and you will see that these folders have been successfully deleted, and now only categories, createdb.sql and customer folders are present inside the AT retail copy bucket. Now go back to your CLI, and this time I'm gonna copy the contents from my AT retail bucket inside the AT retail copy bucket using the profile to show that it does not have writing access, so the copying will be denied. So I'm going to use the command AWS S3 CP, and firstly I'm going to provide the path of my source file, which is AT_retail, and inside it I have the folder retail_db, and I want to copy all the folders inside of it, so I'm going to place a /. Then I'm gonna say the path of my destination bucket, which is AT-retail-copy, and inside it I have a folder called retail_db, and I want to copy all of the contents inside the retail db. And since there are multiple folders, so I'm gonna use the recursive flag as well. Press enter, and I'm gonna run this using the profile support. Let's run this, and you can see that the copy failed, and here you will see the reason access denied. This is because this profile, which is a support, has only read-only access to the S3, so this is why copying is not being allowed. So now this shows that if you provide a read-only access to a user or an IAM identity, then it will not be allowed to write or copy the contents inside the resource to which it has a read-only access. Like in this case, the support user has a read-only access to the S3, so it can only read the contents present inside the S3, but it is not able to write or copy any contents inside the S3. So this is how the AWS IAM identity-based policies work. That's all for this video. In the next video, we will see the user groups. Welcome back. In this video, you will learn how you can create IAM user groups in AWS. In the previous video, we discussed about user groups. Now we are going to see what are the user groups actually and how you can create user groups and how you can add users to a particular group. So a user group is like a class which has a set of policies or permissions attached to it, and whenever you create a new user, you can assign it to any of the group, and all of the policies that are present for the group will be inherited to the user. Okay, now let's go ahead and see how you can create a user group. For that, you have to go to IAM, and once you land on the IAM management console, you have to click on user groups from the left navigation menu. From here, you have to click on create group. I'm going to create two groups. First is going to be an admin group and the other one is going to be a group for the support. So I'm going to say admin, then scroll down a little bit and you have to select users to add to the group. So I'm going to add AWS admin user to the group, and then you have to select the permissions to be attached to the group. I'm going to select the administrator access so that it has all the permissions to access all the services and all the resources of AWS. Then I'm simply going to click on create group, and you can see that our admin user group has been created. Now I'm gonna go ahead and create a support group, and then I'm going to add the support user inside this user group, and this group will have S3 read-only access. So I'm gonna type S3 here, and then here I'm going to select Amazon S3 read-only access. Okay, so all the users present inside the group will have only read-only access to the S3, and I'm going to click on create group. You will see that our second user group has also been created. Now let's go to the users, and I'm going to delete all other permissions that we individually added to each of the role so that it only inherits the permissions provided by the group. Okay, no need to remove it, because if I click on remove from here, it is gonna ask us to remove the user from the group admin, which we don't want. So this means that it has inherited the properties from the admin group. Then similarly, let's see for the support group, go to the permission policies, and you can see that this read-only access has been attached via the group support. Okay, so don't need to remove that as well. So this is how you can create different user groups in AWS, and you can assign users to the different user groups and assign different policies to the user group. That's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, you will learn how you can create custom policies in AWS and how you can provide specific access to a user using the AWS IAM custom policies. In the previous video of this section, you have seen how you can create an IAM user in AWS, how you can assign different policies to the IAM user. Then we see how you can create different user groups and add users to the user group so that they can inherit policies from the user groups. Now we are going to see how you can create custom policies in AWS. So a custom policy can provide linear granular permissions on any AWS service or component. In simple words, we can say that custom policies are used to grant specific permissions to a user on a specific resource or service of AWS. So in this video, I'm going to create a custom policy that is going to grant specific permissions to a user on a specific bucket. So I'm going to create a new user and I'm going to define a custom policy that will allow only that user to have all the read, write, delete and list access on only the retail DB folder of the AT retail bucket and no other S3 bucket. So this means that that specific user which will have the policy will be able to only read, write, delete and put all of the content of the DB retail folder which is present inside the AT retail bucket, but it will not be able to access any other bucket or perform any operation on any other bucket present inside the S3. Okay, so let's just go ahead and here in the IAM dashboard, I'm gonna go to policies from the left navigation menu. From here, I'm going to click on create policy. From here, you have two options. Either you can select from the list of already present services from the visual, or you can select the JSON format and then write the effect, action and resource for each of the service. So I'm gonna go with the JSON format. From here, you have to provide 3 values for each of the policy. The first one is the effect, then the other one is the action and the third one is the resource. So I want to allow the access to the user, so the effect is going to be allowed. Then you have to provide the action. So I want to provide it access to read, write, list and delete, which means all of the action on the S3 bucket. So inside this bracket, I'm gonna insert double quote and I'm gonna type S3:*. So this means that all of the actions performed on all of the S3 are allowed. And then you have to provide the resource on which it will have access to. So we only wanted to have read, write, list and delete access to our AT retail buckets, DB retail folder. So in the resource, we have to put that file. For that, go to your S3 bucket and inside the AT retail, click on it and go to the properties. From here, you have to copy this ARN, which is Amazon resource name. Copy this from here, go back to your policy and inside the double quotes, you have to place it here. And since we want to provide it the access to the retail_DB folder of the bucket, so we are going to place a / and I am going to say retail_DB and then put a star. So our policy is completed, which says that the effect is allowed on all the actions on the resource AT retail bucket having a folder retail_DB. Okay, so our policy is completed. I am going to click on next. Here you have to provide a policy name. I am going to say S3 retail DB all. Okay, so this specifies that this is going to be providing all permissions to the retail DB. Then description is optional, so leave it as it is. And you can see that these are the permissions provided to it and simply click on create policy. And you can see that our policy has been created. Now go to your users and I'm going to create a new user. I am going to call it test user. Okay, Then you have to provide programmatic access to it. So I'm not going to check this box and I'm going to click on next. Then you have to add it to a group, copy permissions or attach policies directly. I'm going to click attach policies directly, and from here I'm going to search S3 retail DB all, and this is the policy that we just created. So we are going to add it to the user and click on next. Review all of the details and simply click on create user. And you can see that here test user has been created, and if you click on it, inside the permissions you can see that it has a policy named S3 retail DB all, which is a customer managed, and it is directly attached to it. Since we are going to use it for programmatic access, so I'm going to click on create access key, choose command line from here, check the checkbox and then click on next. Then you have to provide a brief description and click on create access key. Then simply download the credentials for here, which will be used for the CLI, and you are good to go. Now the next step is to verify whether the user having the policy can actually only access the retail_db folder of the AT retail bucket and no other bucket. So for that we are going to go to the CLI, and inside the command, firstly I am going to configure my new test user, and for that I am going to create a new profile. So I'll say AWS configure -- profile, and I'm going to call it test user. Then it will ask us to enter the secret access ID. Copy it from the file and paste it here. Then it will ask the secret access key. Copy it from the file and then paste it here. No need to add the region and the default output format, and your profile has been created. Then next I want to see all of the contents present inside the S3. So I'm going to write the command AWS S3 ls. I'm going to use the profile test user, and then I'm going to use recursive flag to see all of the files and folders. Simply press enter. And once you run this, you can see that an error occurred when calling the list bucket operation. This is because we only provided it read, write, delete action to the test user and not the list or the list permissions. So go back to your AWS console. From here, go to the policies, and this is our policy expanded. Then here click on edit policy, and once you are inside the edit mode, copy everything from here, place a comma after the bracket, and then from the next line paste it here. Here you have to define the action. So I'm going to say S3 list, and I'm going to provide it the access to all of the buckets to list. Okay, then simply click on next and then save changes. So our policy has been updated. Now go back to the CLI, and once again I'm gonna run the command, and you will see that now it has shown us all of the contents present inside the S3. Now let's go ahead and run another command, which is to remove all of the contents present inside the AT retail copy bucket, to see that this user will not be allowed to do it because it only has access to the AT retail bucket. So I'm gonna say AWS S3 RM, which is to remove that folder or the directory. Then I'm gonna provide the path of my S3 bucket, which is AT retail copy, and inside this bucket I'm gonna delete all of the contents present inside the db_retail folder, and this is going to be done using the profile test user, and everything is going to be recursive to delete all of the files in all of the folders present inside it. So once I run it, you will see that operation failed and access is denied. This is because we run this command using the profile test user, and this user has only access or permission to perform operations on only the AT retail bucket and on none of other buckets present inside the S3. So this is why when we tried to perform a remove operation on a bucket other than the AT retail bucket, it gave us access denied error because this user does not have permission to do all of this. So this is how you can define custom policies in AWS and add the policy to the user to give it specific access to specific resources. That's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to another section. In the first video of the section, we are going to see what is going to be done throughout this section. In this section, we are going to look into the details of how you can actually use Databricks on top of AWS. So basically in this section, we will be focusing on Databricks Essential on AWS. You have already gone through how you can set up Databricks on top of AWS. And we have also gone through the details of how to establish S3 bucket, IAM roles and glue catalog, etc. In this section, we are going to see how all of these services can be integrated with the Databricks platform. We'll actually start by creating a group. Then we'll also add users to this group. Then these users should be able to interact with the essential services that are related to Databricks, which are nothing but the S3, glue catalog, etc. On top of the ability for the users to access the services, we also need to make sure that the Databricks components such as a cluster, notebooks, job, etc. can also interact with these services. And for that, we need to go to the details about the instant profiles, roles, and how to assign permissions on these AWS services to the roles. That way, we will be able to integrate the Databricks components with other AWS services. By the end of the section, you will feel comfortable about the integration of key services of AWS with the Databricks platform. And you will also understand as a developer that how to interact with these services outside the scope of Databricks as well. That's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, you will learn how you can create AWS IAM groups specifically for Databricks developers. As discussed in the previous video that we are going to create user groups and then assign different type of permissions to it, and then we will add new users to the groups that will inherit the permissions. So in this video, we are going to start by creating the user groups. So an IAM user group is a collection of IAM users having specific permissions. The user groups let you specify permissions for multiple users, which can make it easier to manage the permissions for those users. For example, you could have a user group called admins and give that user group typical administrator permissions. So all of the IAM users present inside the user group will inherit the administrator permissions from the group. So let's go ahead and create a new user group. For that, I am going to click on IAM. And once I land on the IAM dashboard, from the left navigation menu, click on user group. Then I'm going to create a group. The name of my group is going to be dbdev, which is going to represent database developer. Okay. Then you have a list of users to add to this. Right now, I'm not adding any of the user because I'm going to create separate users for this purpose. So I'm going to leave this as it is. Then you have the option to attach permission policies. I'm going to go into the details of these permissions in the latest videos of this section. But right now, I'm not going to select any of the permission and I'm going to leave it as it is. And simply I'm going to click create group. So once I do that, you can see that our user group DB developer has been created, inside which the permissions are not defined, and right now it does not have any user. In the next video, we are going to create some IAM users that will be specific for using Databricks on top of AWS, and then we are going to add these users into the user group. That's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, you will learn how you can create an AWS IAM user and add it to a group that we previously created. In the previous video, we have successfully created a user group, but right now we did not add any users to the group, and we also haven't attached any permission policies to the group. Now I'm going to create some IAM users and I'm going to add it into the user group that we previously created. So for that, I'm going to click on users from here, and then I'm going to click create user. So firstly, I'm going to create a user called dbdev1. Then you have to provide it access to the AWS Management Console as well as programmatic access. So I'm going to check this box and then I'll select I want to create an IAM user. Then you have two options. I'm going to go with the auto-generated password, and the user must create password for the next sign-in, and then click next. Here you are going to select add user to a group, and from the list of available groups, we are going to select dbdev, which is a group that we created specifically for the Databricks developers, and I'm going to click on next. Review all the details about the user and click on create user. Then you can simply download the CSV file to have the credential for the first user. Then click on return to the list. From here, once again, I'm going to click on create user. This time I'm going to call it dvdev2, which is going to be the second Databricks developer, provided programmatic access and AWS management console access as well. I want to create an IAM user, select auto-generated password for the console password, and check users must create a new password at the next sign in and click on next. Then you have to add the user to the group that we previously created, which is dvdev, and click on next. Review all the details and click on create user. Then you will see that your user has been successfully created, and you can simply download the CSV file to have its credentials. And here you can see that now we have two new users, dvdev and dvdev2. And if we click on any of the one and scroll down a little bit, click on the groups and you can see that they are in the group dbdev. So any permission that we will add to the group dbdev later on in this section will automatically be inherited to these two users because they belong to that user group. That's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, we are going to create the required AWS S3 bucket specifically for the Databricks developers. In the previous videos of this section, you have seen that we created user group, but we did not add any permission to the user group. After that, we added some new IAM users and then add those users to the user groups. Now we are going to create a new S3 bucket, and only the admin will be able to access or perform any operation on that bucket, and the DB developer, which is the Databricks developer user, will not be able to either list the bucket or perform any operation on it. So let's go ahead and create a new bucket. For that, click on S3 and from here click on create bucket. Here provide a name to your bucket. I am going to call it db-demo. Select an AWS region. I'm gonna go with the default one and then leave everything as it is. Simply uncheck this box that says block all public access. Check this checkbox for acknowledging the consequences and simply click on create bucket. Then you'll see that your bucket has been successfully created. Since I am creating this bucket by using the root user, so no other user will be able to access this bucket because no other user have the permission to access it. Let's check it once again. Go to IAM from here and from the left navigation menu click on users. Then select any of the one. And you can see that it does not have the permission over the S3, so it will not be able to access the newly created bucket. That's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, I'm gonna show you how you can grant permissions on the AWS S3 bucket to the users which are present inside the user group via the inline policy. Right now, we are in the process of assigning required permissions to the user group, and these permissions will then be inherited by the users which are present inside the user group. So in the previous video, you saw that we created an S3 bucket and we added the IAM users into the user group. Now we are going to provide the required permissions to the user group to access the newly created S3 bucket and perform different operations on it. And these permissions will then also be allocated to the users present inside the user group. In this video, we are going to use the inline policy, and to do so, click on user groups from here. Then from here, you have to select the dbdev user group, which corresponds to the Databricks developers user group. And then from the permissions, you can see that you have the option to add the permission, expand it, and from here you have to click on create inline policy. Once you click on create inline policy, from here you have to click on JSON because we want to add the permission in the JSON format. Remove all of this, open a new tab, and I want to show you that these permissions are already present in the Databricks documentation, and for that we are going to write Databricks AWS S3. These are the results that the Google provided. Scroll down a little bit and this is the one that is most suitable for our case. Click on it and you will see that it says configure S3 access with the instance profile. As discussed earlier that we will work with the instance profile later on in the section, but right now we only want the permissions. So scroll down a little bit and you can see that this is the policy for the bucket. So I am going to copy all of this and then go back to my AWS and I am going to paste all of that here. Okay, so the first thing it is doing is it is providing the list bucket permission to the user. So instead of a single bucket, I am going to say list all my buckets, so that it is able to list all the buckets. Then you have to provide the resource. So here is, if you want to provide it access to a single bucket, then you can provide the name of the S3 bucket. I want it to provide access to all of the buckets, so I'm going to place a star here. Then if you scroll down a little bit, you can see that it is providing allow access, and the action is on S3 put object, get object, delete object, and put object ACL. Then you have to provide the resource. Here you have to provide your S3 bucket name. Let's go to the S3 bucket, and this is the name of my bucket, db-demo. So I'm gonna come here and I'm going to write db-demo here. So this is going to provide put, get, delete, and put object permissions on this bucket. So now our policy is ready. I'm going to scroll down and click on next. Then you have to provide a name to your policy. I am going to call it db AWS S3. Okay, let's make it small. AWS S3. Okay, so this is going to be the name of my policy, and these are all the permissions, and I'm going to click on create policy. And you can see that a policy db AWS S3 has been created for the user group, which is db dev. So all the users which are present inside the group, which is the db dev, which you can see from this tab, these are the 2 users present inside this user group, will now have the permissions which are assigned to the user group. So if you click on any of this, from the list of permissions, you can see that now instead of a single permission, it has an added permission for db AWS S3, and it is a customer inline policy attached via the group db dev. Okay, now let's go ahead and verify this to see if our permission policy is working correctly or not. So I'm gonna open a new window, and I am going to sign in as either the dbdev1 user or either as a dbdev2 user. So for that, I am going to select the IAM user. It is going to ask me to provide the account ID. So the account ID will be present inside the credential file that you downloaded while creating the user. So I'm going to go ahead and open the file. Okay, so you can see that this is the account ID. I'm going to copy it and paste it here. Click on next. And then it's going to ask us to enter the IAM username. This is dbdev1, and the password, which is also present inside the file. So the password is going to be this value. Copy it before the comma and paste it here and click on sign in. So once you click on sign in, it will ask you to change the password, because if you remember that we created the IAM user, we checked the box that says the user must change the password for the first sign in. So this is going to be our old password, and now I am going to set the new password, which is going to, and then I am going to confirm the newly created password. Then click on confirm password change. And once you do that, you will be redirected to the AWS Management Console, and from the top right corner you can see that now instead of the root user Aliza Tanveer, now I am signed in as the IAM user, which is dbdev1. Okay, so now I'm gonna go ahead and check if I have the access to the S3 bucket or not. So go to S3, and from here find your bucket, which is the db-demo. Click on this, and you can see that it is saying that you have insufficient permission to list the object. So let's go ahead and update the permissions. Go to your AWS S3 and this is the user group. Now I am going to go inside the permissions and I'm going to expand it and then simply click on edit to edit the IAM policy. From here I'm going to make a few changes. Firstly, I am going to change it to list bucket, and here I am going to provide the name of my S3 bucket, which is db-demo, and then let me just copy this from here. Okay, copy it from here, scroll down, and here paste a comma and paste all of this here. Now you have to write list all my buckets, and in place of resource, instead of providing a single S3 bucket, I am going to write a star. Okay, let's see if it works. Click on next and then click on save changes. Now let's go back to the IAM user access, and I am going to go ahead and refresh the page. And you can see that now it does not say that you do not have the permission or insufficient permission. Let's verify that this bucket does not have anything in it. So I'm gonna access the AWS by the root user. Click on db-demo, and you can see that right now it does not have anything inside the bucket. So if I create a new folder and let me call it test folder, and if I click on create folder button, now let's go ahead to the new window and refresh it again to see that now it has this test folder too, and if I click on it, I have the access to move inside the folder and perform operations on it. So this is how you can create an inline policy for a user group and then assign suitable permissions on the bucket to the user groups, which are then inherited by the appropriate IAM users present inside the user group. That's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, I'm gonna show you how you can attach AWS IAM policy to grant access to AWS Glue. So right now we are in the process of providing the appropriate permissions to the user groups to use Databricks on top of AWS. Previously we created a new S3 bucket and then provide the access to the user group on the S3 bucket, and then we added different IAM users inside the user group that now have permissions over the newly created S3 bucket. As discussed in the start of the section that we are going to use the AWS Glue to use Databricks on top of AWS, so we need to provide the permissions to access the Glue to the IAM users via the user group as well. So if I go into the previous in which I am logged in as the db-dev1 IAM user, and if I go to the search bar and type Glue here, from these services I can click on this AWS Glue, and once you land on the Glue page, you will see something like this. And then from the left navigation menu, if you click on the data catalog from the left navigation menu and then select crawlers, you will see that something went wrong while fetching the crawlers. This is because this user does not have any permission on the AWS Glue, and you can verify it from the AWS console as well. Go to the users from here, or you click on any of the one user and see the permissions. You will see that it will only have permission for the DB AWS S3 and the IAM user change password, and it does not have any permission related to Glue. So if you go back to the other window and if you click on databases, you can see that here also it is giving the access denied exception. This user is not authorized to perform the Glue get databases on the resource. Okay, so now let's go ahead and add a few permissions to the user group in order to allow it access to the AWS Glue services. For that, go to the user groups and click on db-dev. Then you have to go to the permissions, and from the permissions you have to click on add permissions from here. Right now we are going to attach the policy because we want to provide all of the Glue related policies to the users present inside this user group. So I'm going to attach the policy instead of creating inline policy for all the resources. So click on attach policies, and from the list of policies you have type glue from here, and once you do that you will get a list of different policies for the glue, and from these lists you have to click on AWS Glue Console full access to provide the users of this user group full access to the AWS Glue Console, and then simply click on add permissions, and you will see that it is attaching all of the policies to the user group, and it is going to take some time because AWS Glue Console full access provides access to all of the glue related services, which are a lot, so it is going to take some time for attaching the policies. And you can see that now the policies are attached to the group, and you can verify it by going to the user groups, click on dbdev, and then in the permissions tab you will see that instead of S3 permission, now it also have AWS Glue Console full access. Now go to the other window where you are logged in as the IAM user and reload this page, and you can see that now this databases page is not showing the access denied error because now this dbdev1 IAM user has the app permission to access all the resources related to AWS Glue. So this is how you can grant access to the AWS Glue to the users by attaching a built-in policy. That's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, you will learn how you can upload JSON dataset to S3 to crawl using the AWS Glue crawler. In the previous video, you have seen that we provided the users access to the AWS Glue by using the built-in AWS policy. Now we are actually going to upload the data into the S3 bucket so that we can use the AWS Glue to crawl through the folders and the files which are present inside the bucket. So for that, go to the other window where you are logged in as the dbdev1, and here you have to go to the S3 bucket. Click on S3 from here, and once you are on this page, scroll down and you have to go inside the dbdemo bucket. So right now it have a single folder which is the test folder that we created in order to test the access. Now I want to upload some other files inside this folder which is going to be some JSON files. You can access these files from the GitHub repository. I want to upload a folder having multiple folders and files inside it. So I'm going to click on upload, and then I'm going to click on add folder because I want to upload a folder. So the folder is present inside my F drives, and this is the folder that I want to upload. So I'm going to click on upload. It says this will upload all files on the retail DB JSON. Only do this if you trust this site. Okay, click on upload. You can see that these are all the files which are present inside the folder. Now I am going to click on upload. The uploading is going to take some time. This is because there are a lot of files present inside it. So let's just wait for the uploading, and I'll come back once all the files are uploaded. So you can see that the upload has succeeded. Now click on close, and you can see that inside my bucket db-demo, now there are two folders. The test folder is empty, it is a dummy folder, and the other one is the retail db JSON-main. So if I click on it, and you can see that there are different actions. You can add different values for the folders, you can move it somewhere else, etc. Okay, now let's go inside this folder, and you can see that inside my retail db JSON-main folder there are multiple folders: categories, customers, departments, order items, orders, products, and this is the file which is a createdbtables.sql file. Okay, so you can see that we have successfully uploaded the JSON file inside our bucket. In the next part of this section, we are going to use these files in order to allow the crawler to crawl through the data present inside the bucket. So that's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, you will learn how you can create an AWS IAM custom service role specifically for the glue crawlers. In the previous videos of this section, you have seen that we created a new bucket and we uploaded JSON files inside the bucket inside a new folder. Then if you remember that we created two IAM users called dbdev1 and dbdev2 that does not have permission over the AWS Glue service, so we also provided it the permission policies for the AWS Glue service via the user group. Now I want to use that user, which is the dbdev1, to crawl through all the data which is present inside the newly created bucket and then turn all these data into separate tables containing the data present inside the files. But if you remember that while creating the user group, we only provided permission to the S3 bucket and the AWS Glue, but it does not have a permission to create any IAM role that have permissions specific to the crawlers. And this user also does not have any permission policy related to the crawlers. So whenever we try to use the dbdev1 user to create a crawler, it will always fail because it does not have the permission to create the crawler. Also, it does not have the permission to create any IAM role. So for this purpose, we have to create a new role that should have the AWS Glue service permissions so that the dbdev1 user can use the newly created role while creating the crawler. Okay, so right now I am logged in as the admin account and I am going to create a new role. So for that, I'll click on IAM. From here, I am going to select role from the left navigation menu. Okay, then I am going to click on create roles. Firstly, you have to select the trusted entity type. I am going to go with the AWS service. Scroll down, then you have to select the use case. I am creating this role for the Glue service. So in the search bar, I am going to type Glue and select it. Okay, then I am going to click on next. From here, you have to provide the permission to the role related to the Glue crawler. Here you have to type AWS Glue service role, and once you click on enter, you will see an AWS managed service, and this is the one that we are going to select. Okay, you can also read its description that it is a policy for the AWS Glue service role which provides access to the related services. Then I am simply going to click on next. Here you have to provide a role name, and in order to create a role for the AWS Glue crawler, you have to follow a certain convention. Your role must start with AWS Glue service role and then you can provide any name you want. So I'm going to do the same. The role name is going to start with AWS Glue service role and then I'm going to say retail DB JSON. So the role name is going to be AWS Glue service role retail DB JSON. Okay, then description is autofilled. And here you can see that these are the selected entity types. This is the permission and simply I'm going to click on create role. Okay, so you can see that our role AWS Glue service retail DB JSON has been created. Now I can use this role to create a new crawler. So I am going to move to the other window where I am logged in as the dbdev1 IAM user. Now I am going to go to the AWS Glue console, and from here I have to create a new crawler. So go to data catalog from the left navigation menu and you can see crawlers. Click on it and you will land on something like this. From here you have to click on create crawler. Firstly, you have to provide a crawler name. I am going to call it retail DB JSON crawler. Then you have to provide a description which is optional, so I am going to leave it and then simply click next. Once you click on next, you will have the option to choose the data source. Is your data already mapped to the Glue tables? Not yet or yes. Since our data has not been mapped to the Glue tables, so I am going to click on not yet. Then you have to provide the data source to be scanned by the crawler. So for that, click on add a data source. Here the data source is going to be S3 since we have the data inside the S3 bucket. Then there is a network connection option which is optional, so I am going to leave it. Then you have the option to add the location of the S3 data which is present in this location or in a different location. Since our bucket is present inside this location, so I'm going to select this radio button. And then you have to provide the path of the S3 bucket where your folders are present. So I'm going to click on Browse S3. Here you have the list of all the buckets. So I'm going to go inside my DB demo bucket. And from here, I have to select this folder, which is retail DB JSON-main. And I have placed a / after it because I want to crawl all of the folders which are present inside this folder. You can also read it from here that all folders and files contained in the S3 path are crawled. Okay, but if you remember that this folder also have a SQL file, so let me go to the other window. From here, I'm gonna go to the S3 so that I can delete the file from here. Okay, so these are the buckets. Scroll down, go to db-demo. Then you have to click on this folder, and inside this folder you will see the SQL file. I am going to delete this file from here so that it does not create any issue for us when the crawler is crawling through the files to create the tables from the data present inside it. Now I'm simply going to click on delete objects and the file is deleted. Now we are only left with the folders having dataset inside it. Okay, let's go back to the other window. Now this looks fine. Then you have the option that the subsequent crawler runs. This field is a global field that affects all S3 data sources. From here you have to select that the crawler is going to crawl all the subfolders present inside the main folder, or the crawler crawls only the new subfolders, or the crawl based on the events. Since I want the crawler to crawl through all the files and all the subfolders, so I'm going to check this option, and then simply I'm going to click on add an S3 data source. Now you can see that in the data source my bucket has been added, and I'm going to click on next. Then here you have to select the IAM role, and this is the page for where I created a new IAM role, because right now I am logged in as a dbdev1 IAM user, and this user does not have the permission to create the role. Also, this does not have any permission related to the glue crawler or the glue service role. So that is why we created a new IAM role in the beginning of this video. Now I'm simply going to expand it, and from here I have to click on this role which we created in the beginning of this video, which is AWS glue service role retail DB JSON. Then leave everything as it is and simply click on next. Now before moving forward, if you remember that the new role that we created only have the permission related to the AWS glue service role, but it does not have any permission to perform any operation on the bucket. So I am going to add permissions related to the bucket for the role. So I am going to go back to the window where I am logged in as the admin, and here you can see that this is the role that I have created. Scroll down a little bit and you can see that it has single permission for the AWS glue service role. Now I'm going to add new permissions. For that I'll expand add permissions and click on create inline policy. From here, firstly I'm going to select the JSON from here, and once I click on it, I am going to delete all of this. And if you remember that I already have the permission related to the bucket inside a user group, so I'm going to copy it from there. So these are the user groups, and the user group dbdev have the permission related to the access and operation on the bucket. So go to the user group, click on the permissions, and you can see that DB AWS S3 is our required permission. So I'm going to expand it, and I am going to copy all of this from here. The name is DB AWS S3. Now go back to the other tab, and here I am going to paste all of this. And then I am simply going to click on next. Once you do that, it is going to ask you to provide a name. Here the name is DB AWS S3. So I am going to give it the same name, which is going to be DB AWS S3, and I am going to make it small letters. Okay, so this is done. Let's click on create policy, and you can see that the policy for the retail DB JSON role has been created. So now if you go to the role, refresh it, and see the permission policies of the role, you can see that now instead of a single glue service role, it also have a DB AWS S3 permission that provides access to perform all of the operations on the specific S3 bucket. So up till now, we have set up the role for the AWS glue crawler and we have set up all the permissions for it. In the next video, we are going to see how you can actually run the crawler and create tables from the data through which the crawler runs through. So that's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, you will learn how you can create and run glue crawlers to create multiple glue catalog tables from the dataset. Up till now in this section, we created new IAM roles. We created a new S3 bucket and uploaded JSON files inside the bucket. After that, we created a new IAM role that is specific to the glue crawler and we provided it permissions for the AWS glue service role as well as for the S3 buckets. And this is where we left off in the previous video. Now we are going to move from this onwards. So in the previous step, you can see that we configured the security setting where we selected existing IAM role, and this was the one that we created in the previous video. In the previous steps, we selected the data source, which is nothing but our S3 bucket inside which our folders are present. So now we are going to set the output and the scheduling. So the first thing is to select the target database. Right now I do not have any target database, so it is not going to show anything inside this list. So I'm going to create a new database. Here it is going to ask you to enter a name. I am going to call it retail_db_JSON. Okay, then you have the location and the description, which are optional, so I'm going to leave them as it is and click on create database. Okay, it is saying that it must have lowercase letters, so I'm going to change it and click on create database. And you can see that my database has been created, but right now it does not have any table in it. So let's go back to the other tab, and from here I'm going to select the database. Now it is showing me the retail DB.json database that I just created, so I'm going to select it. Then you have the option to add a prefix to the table name. This is going to add a prefix to all the table names. But I don't want that, so I'm going to leave the prefix option as it is. So now it is going to create the tables on the basis of the folders name which are present inside my bucket. Okay, and then go down and you have to select the frequency. You have different options to select the frequency of the crawler. I am going to select on demand and then I'm simply going to click on next. Here you can review the properties of the crawler. Firstly, you can see that the name of the crawler is retail DB.json crawler. Then this is the data source, which is our S3 bucket. Then you can see that the IAM role is the AWS glue service role retail DB.json and the database is going to be retail DB.json. Then click on create crawler. You can see that our crawler has been successfully created. Now I am simply going to go ahead and run the crawler, and once you run the crawler, you will see that it is going to take some time because it will crawl through all the files present inside our data source and it is going to convert them into tables inside the database that we just created. So I'm gonna come back once the crawler stops crawling. Okay, so you can see that now the status of our crawler has been changed from running to stopping. This means that our crawler has finished crawling. Let's go into the details to see it correctly. Scroll down a little bit and you can see that here are the running stats of the crawler. Scroll horizontally and you can see that now the status of the crawler run is completed. And the table changes are 6 table changes and 0 partition changes. It means that it has created 6 tables. And where are these tables? They are present inside the database that we created while creating the crawler. So go to the databases from the left navigation menu. You can see that this is the database that we created. If you click on it, now you are going to see that it has 6 different tables present inside it, and these tables are nothing but the folders which were present inside a S3 bucket. So the crawler actually crawled through all of these folders and converted them into tables inside this database. So if I click on any of the one table, for example, orders table, you are going to see the details of the data which is present inside it. So you can see that right now this table has 4 columns: order ID of type int, order date of type string, order customer ID of int type, and order status of the string type. Moreover, you can also see that there are some other information related to this table. So this is how you can create and run an AWS glue crawler to crawl through the dataset present inside the S3 bucket to create multiple catalog tables. So that's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, you are going to see a brief overview of how you can integrate Databricks on top of AWS using the EC2 instances and clusters. In the previous video of this section, you have seen that we created a glue crawler which crawls through all of the files and all of the folders present inside the S3 bucket, and after the crawling was completed, it converted them into tables inside a database. And these tables are called the catalog tables. Now, we'll move one step further and we are going to integrate our Databricks with the AWS account so that the Databricks cluster can use the services such as S3, Glue Catalog, EC2, etc. on the Databricks platform. Now, in order to integrate Databricks with the AWS, we need to have an EC2 instance, which in turn creates the instance profile. So, EC2 is nothing but an AWS service which takes care of the virtual machines and the virtual servers using AWS as the underlying platform. Let's see how you can create an EC2 instance. So I am inside my AWS account. If I click on EC2, you will land on a page that looks like this. From the left navigation menu, you have to click on instances. And you can see that right now there is only single instance which is in the terminated state. You can see that you cannot create an instance from here. You only have the option to launch the instances. So from where you can create an EC2 instance. An EC2 instance is basically created when we create a cluster inside the Databricks account. As you already know that a cluster is nothing but a collection of different EC2 objects. And once we create a single node cluster, then the single node cluster will contain a single EC2 instance. So in order to create an EC2 instance, I am going to create a new Databricks cluster. And for that, I am going to go into my Databricks account. From here, I am going to click on compute from the left navigation menu. And then I am going to click on create compute. Here, firstly, I am going to change the cluster name. I am going to call it Databricks AWS Integration Cluster. Okay. Then you have to select that the cluster is going to be a single node cluster and leave everything as it is, but you need to remember the node type, which is i3.xlarge. Okay. No need to change anything else and simply click on create compute. Once you do that, you will see that your cluster will begin its creation, and after some time, your cluster will be in the running state, but right now it is in the creation state. So I'm gonna come back once the cluster is created. Okay, so you can see that our cluster is now in the running state. And once your cluster is created, now go back to the AWS account and inside the EC2 dashboard, you have to make sure that you are inside the correct region. And now let me just reload the page. And once you reload it, you can see that a new EC2 instance has been created. And the instance type is i3xlarge, which is the same as the one that we created in the cluster in Databricks. So this means that when we created a new cluster inside the Databricks, it corresponds to creation of an EC2 instance inside the AWS. And now you are going to use this EC2 instance to create different instance profiles and then connecting Databricks on top of AWS and to perform different operations on the glue catalog tables using the Databricks. That's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, you will learn how you can create a new AWS IAM role which corresponds to an instance profile in AWS. As part of understanding the integration of Databricks with AWS, previously we have gone through about the details of what happens when we create a new cluster inside the Databricks account which is converted to AWS. So when you create a new cluster inside the Databricks, It in turn creates an EC2 instance inside the AWS. To make sure that the Databricks cluster can access the AWS services such as S3, Glue Catalog and EC2, etc., we need to make sure that we create a role as well as an instance profile. And in this case, role and instance profile are the same. This is because when we create a role on top of the EC2 instance, it will generate an instance profile for us also. So once we create the role as well as the instance profile, we should be able to attach relevant permissions to the role or the instance profile so that we can register the EC2 instance or the instance profile with the Databricks platform, and using that instance profile, we can then play with the Databricks cluster. Now let's go ahead and create a role on top of EC2, and let's see how you can get instance profile by doing so. Then we'll see how you can add the permissions to the role so that it have all the required permissions for accessing the Databricks clusters. So let's start. Let me go to the AWS console. Here I am inside the EC2 console, and you can see that this is the instance which was created while we created the Databricks cluster. Now I'm gonna create a new role. For that I'll search IAM in the search bar, and once I am in the IAM console, I'm gonna select roles from the left navigation menu, and then I'm gonna click on create role. Once you are inside this page, you have to click on AWS service as a trusted entity type, and then for the use case, since we want to create an EC2 instance, so you have to type EC2 here. Select EC2, and then you can see that you choose a use case for the specified service. There are different options for the EC2. I'm gonna simply select the EC2. Okay, then simply click on next. Then you have the option to add the permissions. I'm gonna leave it for the other video of the section. Right now I'm not gonna add any permission, and simply click on next. Then you have to provide a role name. I'm gonna say Databricks role. Okay, then you can review the trusted entities and simply click on create role. So you can see that our role, Databricks role, has been created. If I click on view role, you can see that our role has been created. Right now it does not have any permissions, but here by the side of ARN, you can see that we also have the instance profile ARN, which shows that while we created this role, an instance profile has also been created. This is because we selected EC2 as the service. So you can see that the IAM role and the instance profile are created. In the next video, we are going to see how we can register this instance profile with Databricks. And once we understand that, we are going to go to the next step to make sure that the Databricks cluster can access our other components such as the S3 buckets and also the Glue catalog tables that we created using the crawler. So that's all for this video, and see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, you will learn how you can register AWS IAM instance profile with the Databricks account. Right now, we are in the process of integrating Databricks with AWS so that Databricks cluster can use the services provided by AWS, and we can build different applications on Databricks using Databricks on top of AWS. So in this process, in the previous video, you've seen that we created an IAM role on top of EC2 instance, and once we create an IAM role on top of EC2 instance, it results in the creation of an instance profile. And we have previously seen that the EC2 instance was not created manually by us. It was automatically created when we created the cluster on the Databricks. So the EC2 instance is somehow related to the Databricks cluster. So you can see that this is the role that we created in the previous video, which is called Databricks role. It was created on top of EC2 instance, which resulted in the creation of instance profile. So you can see that this is the instance profile ARN. Now I'm gonna go ahead and copy this instance profile so that I can register this role or the instance profile with the Databricks. And in order to do so, I'm gonna go inside my Databricks account, and here I'm gonna go inside the cluster through which the EC2 instance was created. Once we are inside the cluster, in order to register the EC2 instance or the instance profile, we have to go to the admin console, and for that click on the username here, and then I'm gonna select admin settings. Once you are inside the admin settings, you can see that there are multiple tabs, and this is the instance profile tab. Click on it and you will see that right now we do not have any instance profile. So I'm going to click on add instance profile button. Here you have to provide the instance profile ARN. So I'm going to paste the instance profile ARN that I copied from the AWS account, and it automatically filled the IAM role ARN on the basis of the instance profile ARN. Okay. Now I'm gonna simply click on add button. And once you do that, you will see that after some time, your instance profile will be added to the Databricks account. So you can see that inside my instance profile, I have a new instance profile created, which is by the name Databricks role, and this is the instance profile ARN and the role name. Okay. Now, once an instance profile is created, you have to make sure that the correct instance profile is connected with our cluster to enable the cluster to access the AWS services. So in the next video, we are gonna see how you can register or attach the instance profile with the cluster, which may either be in the terminated state, in the running state, or either you create a new cluster. So that's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, you will learn how you can attach an instance profile created on AWS to the Databricks cluster. As part of integrating Databricks on top of AWS, so that the Databricks cluster can access all of the services provided by AWS such as S3, AWS Glue and EC2, etc. After going through the details related to the users and how you can create role and the instance profile on top of EC2 instance, now we are going to go into the details about integrating the Databricks cluster with the AWS services. And this can be done by attaching the instance profile created by the AWS on top of EC2 with the Databricks cluster. In the previous video, you saw that we registered the IAM role or the instance profile with the Databricks account. Now we are going to use that instance profile to attach it to the cluster. You have three options to attach your instance profile with the cluster. Either you can attach the instance profile to a new cluster. You can also attach an instance profile with a terminated cluster. And the third option is to attach the instance profile to a running cluster. So you can do any of the three that you want. So I'm gonna quickly show you how you can attach an instance profile with a new cluster. For that, I'm gonna go to my Databricks account, and from here I'm gonna click on compute to move inside the cluster. Here, if you click on create compute, you will be redirected to create a new cluster. So once you are inside the cluster, after providing all of the relevant information, scroll down and you will see the instance profile option here. Right now, none is selected, but if you want to add an instance profile, you are gonna expand it and it will show you all the available instance profiles which are registered to the Databricks account. Right now, there is only one instance profile, which is Databricks role. So you can select that and then click on create compute. And in this way, your cluster will be attached to the instance profile. Okay. So this is how you can attach an instance profile to a new cluster. The next option is to connect an instance profile with an already present cluster, which may either be in the terminated state or in the running state. So this is the cluster that we created in the previous videos. So I'm gonna click on it and you can see this is the information about the cluster. Scroll down and here once again you can see the instance profile option. Right now you cannot change it because you are not in the editing mode. To do so, go to the top right corner where you will see the edit button. Click on it and now you will be able to edit the information about the cluster. So I'm gonna click on instance profile. From here I'll select the Databricks role. And then you have to confirm and restart the cluster in order to attach the instance profile with the running cluster. So I'm gonna click on confirm and restart. And once you do that, the cluster is going to start running again and it is going to take some time to get back to the running state. Okay, so you can see that it has given us an error. It says AWS authorization failure. The failure happened when talking to AWS. You are not authorized to perform this operation. This means that this role does not have the appropriate permissions. So I'm gonna go into my AWS consoles. From here I'm gonna click on roles and This is the role that we are using. So I'm going to click on it. Right now it does not have any permission. I'm going to click on add permission and click on create inline policy. Here I'm going to click on JSON and delete all of this. And then I'm going to paste these lines here. And here, instead of this value, you have to provide your AWS account ID, and which is this value. So I'm going to copy it and I'm going to paste it in place of here. Okay, now I'm simply going to click on next. Then you have to provide a policy name. I'm going to call it password, and then I'm going to click on create policy. Once you do that, you can see that your policy has been created. Go back to the Databricks account, go inside your cluster, and I'm going to start it once again. Now let's wait for it to complete. So it again gave me an error. So I'm gonna try one more thing. Let's go to the Databricks account, and this is the workspace that I'm currently working in. You can see that this is the account, or this is the role through which I created the Databricks deployment. So I'm gonna try to add the pass role permission policy inside this role as well. So I'm gonna go into my AWS account. I'm going to copy this permission, then go to roles again, and this is the role through which I created the Databricks deployment. Now I'm going to add another permission and create inline policy for it. I'm going to select JSON from here, and then I'm going to paste all of this here. Okay, now let's click on next, and I'm going to say pass role policy. Okay, then simply I'm going to click on create policy. So you can see that the policy has been created for this role. Now let's go to the roles one again. Scroll down and go to the role which is Databricks role. Copy the profile ARN from here. Go to the Databricks. Here, click on admin settings. Then go to instance profile to once again add the instance profile. I removed the previous one. Then click on instance profile from here. Paste the ARN and click on add. So now you can see that our instance profile has been added. Let's go back to our cluster. This is the cluster. Now I'm going to edit it to add the instance profile. I removed the previous one. So now I'm going to click on this and add the Databricks role and click on confirm and restart. Click on confirm. And you can see that now our cluster is being created, and I'm going to come back to see if it is in the running state or if it is failed again. Okay, so you can see that now our cluster is running. This means that the issue has been resolved. So now I'm gonna go ahead and create a new notebook, and I'm gonna rename it to AWS Databricks integration. Okay, so now I'm going to write some queries to read the data from the glue catalog table inside the data frame, and for that I'm going to write the query df equals to spark.read.json. And here you have to provide the path of your S3 bucket where the data is present. So I'm going to go into my AWS account. Then I'm going to go inside the S3. From here, I'm going to select the db-demo bucket. Then I'm going to go inside the retate_db_json main folder. And from here, I'm going to go inside the orders folder because this is the file which I want to read. So I'm going to copy the S3 URI from here, go back to my notebook and paste the path inside it. Now let's go ahead and run this. So you can see that it has thrown us an error which says access denied exception. This means that right now the instance profile that we connected to the cluster does not have the permission over the S3. So this is why it is giving us an access denied error when we try to access the S3 bucket from it. So in the next video, I'm going to show you how you can add all the relevant permissions inside the role or the instance profile, so that once you attach it to the cluster, you can easily access all of the AWS resources using the cluster. So that's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, you will learn how you can grant permissions on the S3 bucket to the Databricks cluster via the instance profile. Right now, we are in the process of integrating Databricks on top of AWS. And up till now, we have created a new Databricks cluster, which in turn we created an EC2 instance inside the AWS. Then we created a new role on top of EC2 instance, which in turn created an instance profile for us. After that, we registered the instance profile on the Databricks by using the admin service. And then I shown you in the previous video that how you can attach your instance profile to a cluster which may either be in the running state, terminated state, or maybe a new cluster. So in the previous video, we left off at this command here, in which I was reading the JSON file present on this specific S3 location, but it gave me access denied exception. This is because our instance profile or the role does not have the permission to access the S3 bucket. So now, in order to enable our cluster to perform different operations on the S3 bucket, we need to provide the relevant roles to the, we need to provide the relevant permissions to the role or the instance profile, which in turn will be inherited by the cluster, and thus it can perform operations on the S3 buckets. So I'm gonna go inside my AWS account, and from here I'm gonna go inside the roles. So these are all the roles. Scroll down, and this is the one on the basis of which I created the instance profile. Click on it, scroll down, go to permissions and click on add permissions. From here I'm going to select create inline policy. From here click on JSON, remove all of this, and then you have to go to the official documentation of the Databricks having the title configure S3 access with the instance profile. Okay, so once you land on this page, you have to scroll down a little bit. These are all the steps to create an instance profile using the AWS console, and then these are all the permissions that you should assign to the role in order to provide it access to the S3 bucket. Copy this code from here, then go back to your IAM permission, and here I'm gonna paste all of this. Okay, so you have to change some things from here. Firstly, you have to change the bucket name. So the bucket name I am using is db-demo. Okay, so this is where the bucket name needs to be. We are allowing the action to list the S3 bucket where the resource ARN is db-demo. Okay, after that we are allowing put object, get object, delete object, and put object ACL. And once again, you have to change your bucket name. So I'm gonna copy and paste it here. So apparently it is providing the access to perform all of the operations to this particular role which created the instance profile. Then I'm gonna click on next. You have to give policy a name. I'm gonna call it Databricks S3 access. You can give any name to your policy and then simply click on create policy. Once you do that, you will see that your policy Databricks S3 access has been created. Now I'm going to go back to my Databricks account. I am going to refresh it. So once the page is refreshed, now I am going to see the cluster state, and it says that my cluster is terminated. Okay, so I have to start the cluster. So from here, click on compute. Then this is the cluster which is integrated with the notebook. So I'm gonna run this cluster. It is gonna take some time to run. And once it is done, I'm gonna go back to my notebook and start running the queries. Okay, so you can see that our cluster has been running. And now I'm gonna go back into my notebook and I'm going to run this query once again. It is gonna take some time for running the command because it is fetching the data from some other location. Okay, so you can see that our command has been successfully executed, which previously failed because our instance profile does not have the required permission. But now when we added it permission to the S3 bucket, now the command has successfully executed. So if I want to see the data, I am gonna say df.show function, and it is going to display me the data which is inside the data frame right now. So let's run this command, and you can see that this is the data which was present inside a bucket in the orders table. It has an order customer ID, order date, order ID, and order status. Okay, so this means that we have successfully provided correct permissions to the instance profile. So that is why the Databricks cluster is now able to access the S3 bucket. Now I'm gonna go ahead and I'm going to execute another query here. I'm gonna say spark.sql show databases.show. So this query is going to show me all the databases that are currently available. So apparently it should give us a database which was present inside our glue, which was created when the crawler crawled through all the files present inside the bucket and then converted them into tables inside a new database. So let's run this to see whether it gives us this correct output or not. And when I run it, you can see that it is given me a single database, which is actually the metastore database of the Databricks, which means that it cannot access the glue database right now. This is because it does not have the permission over the glue. We only provided the instance profile permission over the S3 bucket. Okay, so in the next video, I'm gonna show you how you can add permissions over the AWS Glue to the instance profile so that we can access the Glue catalog tables and the databases by the Databricks cluster, just like we can access the S3 buckets using the Databricks cluster. So that's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, you will learn how you can integrate Databricks cluster with the Glue catalog via the instance profile. Right now, we are in the process of integrating Databricks on top of AWS, and you have previously seen that we have successfully registered our instance profile with the Databricks account. Then we successfully attached the instance profile with the cluster. Then we provided instance profile permissions over the S3 bucket, which were then inherited by a Databricks cluster. In the previous video, you saw that we successfully executed the command in which we were reading the data from the S3 buckets folder, and then we also displayed the data. Okay, then I show you that once I run this command, it does not show me the Glue catalog tables and databases. This is because this instance profile does not have any permission over the Glue catalog. So now I'm going to show you how you can add AWS Glue permissions to the instance profile, which will then be inherited by the Databricks cluster, and it will be able to use the Glue component services. But you should remember that integrating Databricks with AWS Glue is a two-step process. Firstly, you have to add the permission policy to the role or the instance profile which is integrated with the Databricks cluster. And once you do that, the next step is to set or enable certain property inside the Databricks, which will then allow the access to the Glue catalog. So firstly, I'm going to show you how you can provide the relevant permissions to the instance profile to access the Glue components. For that, I'm going to go inside my AWS account, and this is the role through which the instance profile is created. So I'm going to scroll down to the permissions, and here I'm going to click on add permission, but this time I'm going to click on attach policies. As I've previously shown you that in order to provide the access to the Glue services or component, you have to provide the permission policy for the AWS Glue service role. So I'm gonna search the same here, Glue service role, and you have to select the AWS manage policy. So this is the AWS Glue service role, which is AWS manage. So I'm gonna select this and click on add permission. So once you do that, you can see that the policy was successfully attached to the role. And now the instance profile or the user have the permission to access the Glue catalog. But this is only the first part. Let me show you. Once I execute this command again, you can see that once again it is showing me the same output, and it is not displaying me the database is present inside the AWS Glue. This is because we have just performed the first step. We have not set or enabled the property, which is the second step of granting access to the AWS Glue. Now I'm going to move to the next step, and for that you have to refer this article where the title is Use AWS Glue Data Catalog as the Metastore. So here you can see that these are the requirements that you must have an administrator account, which I have. If the Glue catalog is in the different AWS, then a cross-account access policy must allow access to the catalog from the AWS account where the Databricks is deployed. And this is the third requirement. Then if you scroll down a little bit, you can see that there are different steps for configuring the Glue data catalog as a metastore. This part is important. Follow the appropriate steps in the remainder of this article. If your AWS Glue account and the Databricks account are in the same region, then follow step 1 and then follow steps 3 to 5. If they are cross account, then follow steps 1 to 6, and if they are cross region, then follow step 1 and then steps 3 to 6. So right now my AWS Glue account and the AWS account are in the same region and in the same account, so I'm going to follow the step 1 and then step 3 to 5. So let's go ahead. So the step 1 is to create an instance profile to access the Glue data catalog. I already have an instance profile, so I'm not gonna create it. Scroll down a little bit and then you can see that the simplest workaround is to use a policy that gives full access to the Glue. So I'm gonna copy this from here. I'm gonna go back to my AWS account and this is the role. Here I'm going to click on add permission and create a new inline policy. From here I'm going to select JSON and then paste all of this which you copied from the article. Okay, so it is actually granting full access to the Glue on all the resources. So this is done. Let's click on next. And then you have to give a policy name. I'm gonna call it Databricks Glue Access. Okay. So next clicked on create policy. So you can see that our policy Databricks Glue Access has been created. Let's go back to the article. And then after step 1, I have to follow step 3 to 5. So I'm going to skip step 2. Then the step 3 is look up the IAM role used to create the Databricks deployment. And these are the steps that as the account owner or the account admin log into the account console, go to the workspace and click your workspace name. In the credential box, note the role name at the end of the role ARN. So now let's go to the Databricks. I'm gonna open the Databricks on a new tab. So right now I am logged in as the admin. So once you are inside your Databricks account, click on the admin name and click on manage account from here. Once you do that, you land on the page that looks something like this. From here, click on workspaces. And this is the workspace in which I am currently working. Click on it and you will see that this is the credentials part and this is the ARN key. So you can see that the value after the last slash is actually the role name, which is AWS Demo Stack role. Okay, so this was the step 3. You have to note this name somewhere. Let's go back to the article. And now, once this is done, the step 4 is to add the Glue catalog instance profile to the EC2 policy. And the steps are click the role tab in the slide bar, click the role you noted in the step 3. On the permissions tab, click the policy, edit the policy. Okay, so in short, I have to go inside my roles and then add a new permission policy for the Glue. So I'm going to copy this from here, go back to my AWS account, and inside the roles, I can see that this was the role through which I created the Databricks deployment. So I'm going to click on it. Then I'm going to go inside the permissions and I'm going to click on create inline policy. Then select JSON and paste all of the policies here. Inside it, you have to change a few things. So you can see that it is providing different EC2 permissions to the user and you have to change a few things. So here inside the action IAM pass role, you have to provide the AWS account ID. So click on the username here and this is the account ID. Copy it and you have to paste it here. Okay. Then you have the role and for the role you have to provide the role name for the Glue access. So the role name is Databricks role. This is the role on the basis of which I created the instance profile. So I'm gonna write it here and then I'm gonna click on next. Then you have to provide a policy name. I'm gonna call it AWS Glue policy. Okay. Let's change it to Databricks Glue policy because I'm providing access to the Databricks. Okay. So once this is done, let's click on create policy and you will see that my policy has now been created. Let's go back to the article, scroll down and then we'll have the last step, which is to add the Glue catalog instance profile to the Databricks workspace. So we have already done it inside our Databricks account. we went to the admin console and we added the instance profile in the previous videos of this section, so no need to do that. Okay, so now all of those steps are done. Go back to your Databricks notebook and I am going to run a new query here, which is the second step to allow Databricks access to the glue component. And for that, I'm gonna write spark.com.get spark.databricks.hive.metastore.gluecatalog.enable. So it is going to return us whether this property has been enabled or not. So it is going to return us either true or false. So if you have done all of the steps that I did previously, then it should successfully give us true, which means that this value has been enabled, and once it returns us true, this means that now this cluster have the permission to access the glue components. So let's go ahead and run this command to see the output. It is going to take some time. It gave us an error. Spark session object has no attribute com. Okay, it's not com, it's configuration object. Now let's run this to see the output. Okay, so you can see that no such element exception is still occurring. This is because we have not actually enabled it by default. For that, go back to your cluster. This is the cluster I am currently working with. From here, you have to click on Edit Cluster and scroll down a little bit, go to the Advanced Options, and here inside the Spark, you have to add certain lines of code. You have to add a single line, which is spark.databricks.hive.metastore.gluecatalog.enable, and you have to write true after it. Okay, once this is done, simply click on confirm and restart, and your cluster will be restarted. And after a while, you will see that your cluster will be back to the running state. Okay, so you can see that our cluster is now in the running state. Now I'm gonna go back to my notebook. For that, I'm gonna click on workspace, and this is the notebook inside which I'm currently working. Now let's just go ahead and run this query again. So you can see that it has returned me true. This means that we have successfully completed our step 2 as well, which is to enable the glue catalog for the Databricks. So that's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to a new section. In the first video of this section, I'm gonna show you how you can set up a single node Databricks cluster so that we can use Databricks on our local system. In this section, we are going to set up a local environment for the Databricks, and for that we are going to use Databricks Connect. But in order to do so, we need to have certain prerequisites. We need to fulfill certain prerequisites which are essential for Databricks Connect to run on your local system. And the first thing is to create a single node cluster on the Databricks. So let's go ahead and create a single node cluster. I know you already know that, but just for the revision purpose, I'm going to show you quickly. Click on compute, then click on create compute from here. Firstly, you have to provide a cluster name. I'm going to call it development cluster. Okay, then you have two options. Either you can select the multi-node cluster or the single node cluster. If you are working for your organization and actually performing some development, then you can use multi-node cluster. But if you are using Databricks for your own purpose, then you can select the single node cluster, and I'm going to select the same. Then you have to select the Databricks runtime version. As I've already mentioned that we are going to use Databricks Connect, so if I go to a new tab and quickly search Databricks Connect, so you can see that this is the first link. If I click on it, you're gonna land on this article, and if you scroll down, you will have the requirements for the Databricks Connect. So you can see that the runtime environment is 13.2, 13.1 and 13.0. So these are the compatible versions of the Databricks Connect. So I'm gonna go back to my cluster, and for the Databricks runtime version, I am going to select 13.2. And you can see that this 13.2 is the latest version, so I'm going to select it. Then you have to select the node type. This one is very large for me, so I'm gonna go for something smaller. So I'm gonna select M6i large, which have 2 cores and 8 GB memory. And I think it's sufficient for this tutorial. But if you are working with a team in a real-time development environment, then you need to select a node type having large number of cores and greater memory. Okay, you can change the termination time. I'm gonna leave it as it is, and then I'm simply going to click on create compute. And you can see that our cluster is now in the creation state, and after a while it will be in the running state. So I'm gonna come back once the cluster is successfully created. Okay, so you can see that our development cluster has been successfully created. In the next video, I'm gonna show you how you can install Databricks Connect on your local system. But that's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, I'm gonna show you how you can download and install Databricks Connect on your local system inside a virtual environment. So right now we are in the process of running Databricks on your local system by using the Databricks Connect. So in this video, we are going to install the Databricks Connect on your local system, but there are certain steps that you need to perform before installing the Databricks Connect on your system. So the first thing is to create a virtual environment on your system. So for that, go to the directory where your Python is installed and open the CLI from here. So my Python is installed in the F directory, so I opened the CLI from that directory. Now, in order to create a virtual environment, you have to type the command python-m vnf, and then you have to provide the path where you want to create the virtual environment. I want to create virtual environment inside my F drive, inside a folder vn, and once you do that, press enter, and you will see that your virtual environment has been created. You can also verify it by going to the F drive, and from here, if you click on V, you can see that now we have a virtual environment created. Okay, then the next step is to activate the virtual environment. So if you go to the article showing the Databricks Connect on the Windows, if you scroll down a little bit, it will give you all of the steps to install the Databricks Connect. So the first step was to install or set up the virtual environment. So we did that. The next step is to activate the virtual environment. So the following command generates the scripts to activate the virtual environment. Okay, so this is the command for activating the virtual environment for Python 3.9, but in our case it is going to be this command, which is python-m vn, and then you have to write vn is in this format. So once you do that, it is going to create the necessary scripts which are required to activate the virtual environment. Okay, so once this is done, go back to the article. You can see that next step is to set up the client, and the step 1 is to install the Databricks Connect client. So once the virtual environment is activated, the next step is to install the Databricks Connect. And if you go to your file explorer, you can see that this is my drive where the Python is present, and this is the virtual environment which was created when we run the command, and it is currently activated. So you can see that inside this folder, we have a script folder that has pip installed. So we can use the pip to install the Databricks Connect. So go back to the command line. So firstly, I'm going to move inside the scripts folder of the virtual environment. For that, firstly, I am going to move inside the virtual environment, but let me come out of the Python folder. So I'm going to say cd dot dot. Then I'm going to say cd v environment, and then I'm going to move inside the scripts folder of the virtual environment. Okay, so you can see that right now I am inside the scripts folder. So I'm going to run the command now, which is pip install, and I'm going to say Databricks-connect. So once you do that and press enter, it is going to install the latest version of Databricks Connect for you. So you can see that it has started downloading and is also downloading some other libraries along with the Databricks Connect which are required by it. And you can also see that the Databricks Connect version is 13.3, which is compatible with our Python version. So up till now it has downloaded Pandas, PyArrow, GroupShare, Google APIs, NumPy, etc. Okay, so you can see that the collected packages are now being installed, which are all of these different packages. Okay, so you can see that our packages have been successfully installed and it is asking us to update run python.exe pip install upgrade it, but I'm not gonna do that. So in this way you can see that we have successfully downloaded the Databricks Connect on our local system using the CLI inside a virtual environment. In the next video, I'm going to show you how you can configure the Databricks Connect. That's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, I'm going to show you how you can configure the Databricks Connect on your local system. Right now, we are in the process of setting up the local development environment for Databricks using the Databricks Connect. So up till now, we have successfully met all the requirements for the Databricks Connect, and we have also created a virtual environment and downloaded and installed Databricks Connect on it. Now we are going to configure the Databricks Connect on our local system. So if I see the documentation, you can see that the first step is to create a personal access token. And you can see that these are the steps that you have to follow in order to create personal access token. So I'm going to go inside my Databricks account. And you can see that it says in the user setting. So go to your Databricks account and from here click on the username and you will see the user settings. Click on it. From here click on developer and you will see the first option for the access tokens. Click on manage access tokens and from here you can click on generate new token because right now we do not have any access token. So you have to give a comment for what is the access token. So I'm going to say development, the lifetime is going to be 90 days and I'm going to generate it. Then it will ask you to copy the access token because if you don't copy it now, you will not be able to access it again and you will have to delete the access token and regenerate it. So I'm going to copy it and I'm going to paste it and save it somewhere safe. Okay, so the first step is done. Now go back to the article and if you scroll down a little bit, it says that you need to collect the following configuration properties. The first thing is the Databricks workspace instance name, and it is nothing but the workspace name which comes on the top, or you can also go to your workspace and this is the URL for the workspace. This is the workspace name. Then the next thing is the ID of your cluster and I'm going to show you how you can get it. And the third type is the authentication access token which we have already generated. So now I'm going to go back to my Databricks account and from here if I click on compute, you can see that this is the cluster that we previously created. So I'm going to start the cluster and if you click on the cluster, you will see that in the URL after the clusters there is a value between the two forward slashes and this is the cluster ID. So we'll copy it once we are asked to enter the cluster ID. So while the cluster is starting, I'm gonna go ahead and open the command prompt. Okay, so I'm gonna start writing some commands here in order to configure the Databricks Connect. So the first command I'm going to write is Databricks Connect configure, and this is going to configure the Databricks Connect for us. Press enter and you will see that it has shown you an agreement and it will ask you to accept the above agreement. Here you have to enter Y. Only then you will be allowed to proceed. Now you can see that the first thing it is asking is Databricks host name, which is the link of our workspace. So I'm gonna go inside my Databricks account and this is the URL. So I'm going to copy the link address. I'm gonna go back to my command prompt and paste it here. Press enter. Then you have to provide the Databricks token. This is the personal access token that we created and I have saved it in a file. So I'm gonna open the file, copy it from there and I'm gonna come back and paste the access token here. Then once you press enter, it will ask you for the cluster ID. Go back to your Databricks account and you can see that this is the cluster ID which we are going to use with our Databricks Connect. So I'm gonna copy it and I'm gonna go back to my CLI and paste the cluster ID here. Let's press enter and since we are working with AWS, so no need to enter anything here. Simply skip it. And the port ID is 15001 by default, so I'm not gonna change it and press enter. So you can see that it has given us updated configuration message, and the configurations are updated. Then it has shown us the Spark jar directory, the Spark home, and then it has given us that if we want to update the Databricks Connect, then we can run this command. If we want to launch a Python shell, then we have to write PySpark. If you want to launch a Scala shell, then you can use Spark shell. And if you want to test the connectivity, then you can say Databricks Connect test. So that's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to a new section. In the first video of the section, I'm gonna show you how you can install and configure Databricks CLI on your local system using pip. You have previously seen how you can use the Databricks console to create cluster and manage the S3 buckets present inside the AWS account, and you have also seen how you can upload the files into the file store, etc. Now we are going to use the Databricks CLI to perform all of this operation. So the Databricks command line interface utility provides an easy to use interface to automate the Databricks platform from your terminal, command prompt, or automation scripts. So in order to have Databricks CLI, you must have Python and pip installed and configured in your system. So firstly, you have to go to the location where your Python is installed. Here my Python is installed inside the F drive, and once you are inside this directory, you have to open the command prompt from here. So once the command prompt is open, the first command is pip install, and then we want to install Databricks CLI. So I'm gonna say Databricks-CLI and then press enter. And you can see that our downloading has started. So you can see that our Databricks CLI has been successfully installed. Now let me clear the screen first. If I want to verify whether the Databricks CLI has been successfully installed or not, I'm gonna run the command Databricks. But before doing that, let me go to my file explorer. And you can see that this is my F drive and the lib folder inside which the Databricks CLI is actually not created inside the Python folder, but it is created outside it inside the F drive. So you can see that if you click on lib and side packages, these are all the packages, and similarly this is the script folder inside which all of the files are installed, also the databricks.exe file. So I need to go here inside the script folder. So I'm gonna go inside the script folder and open the command prompt from here. Once the command prompt is open, you can see that now I am inside my F drive inside the folder scripts. Now let me run the command Databricks to see if our Databricks CLI have been successfully installed or not. Hit enter, and you can see that it has given me a lot of options for the version. And if I want to get help, then I can use this flag. Then you have different commands for cluster policies, clusters, configuring, FS, groups, jobs, libraries, pipelines, etc. However, to run these commands by interacting with the Databricks account, you first need to configure the Databricks CLI. So firstly, I'm gonna see the help related to Databricks configure so that I can get what needs to be done in order to configure the Databricks. I'm gonna say Databricks configure -h to get the help, and you can see that the Databricks configures host, authentication, and job API version for the CLI. So in order to configure the Databricks CLI, you have to generate a token and then use this token for authentication. So here you can use this token command to configure the Databricks CLI. So I'm gonna say Databricks configure -token, and once you hit enter, it will ask you to enter the Databricks hostname, which should begin with HTTPS. So I'm gonna go to my browser, and you can see that this is my Databricks hostname. So I'm going to copy all of this from here. I'm gonna come back and paste it here and hit enter. Then it is going to ask me to enter the token. I'm gonna go back to my Databricks account, click on here, then click in user settings. From here you will see the developer option, and you can see access token. Click on manage. From here, click on generate token. This token is for the CLI. So I'm gonna change it to 10 days and click on generate. So this is the token. I'm gonna copy it and go back to my command prompt and paste the token here. So you can see that it was not displaying once the token was pasted, but I pasted it and hit enter. So now I am on this line. Let's clear the screen. Now the Databricks CLI is successfully configured. In order to validate this, and you can validate this by saying Databricks FS and then hit enter. And you can see that these are the commands that you can use in order to perform operations with the FS. From here you can see that ls is the command that is used to list files in the DBFS. So I am gonna use this command. So I am gonna say Databricks FS ls, and once I hit enter, it is giving me bad request error, and this is maybe because I haven't successfully configured the token. So let me do that manually. Go to your C drive, and inside this you have to go to the users, then click on the user in which you are currently logged in, and then you have to locate the databricks.cfg file, which is this one. So you have to edit it. It's some editor, and you can see that there is no value for the token set. So I'm gonna paste the token here and I'm going to save the file and close it. Now I'm gonna come back to my CLI. Let me clear the screen, and now I'm gonna run the command Databricks FS ls, and once I do that, you will see it is going to list down all the directories which are present inside the DBFS, which are the file store, volumes, and Databricks datasets, etc. Which means that the Databricks CLI is successfully configured and connected to our Databricks, which is running on top of AWS. So once this is done, now we are able to use some other commands which are related to the clusters, job, workspace, tag, etc. So in the next video, I am going to show you how you can interact with the file system using the Databricks CLI. But that's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, I'm going to show you how you can interact with the DBFS using Databricks CLI. In the previous video, you have seen that we have successfully installed and configured Databricks CLI on our local system, and I also showed you how you can list all the directories present inside the DBFS. So if I move one step further and I run the command Databricks -h, it is going to list me all the commands that I can use in order to use the Databricks CLI to perform operations on a cluster, jobs, etc. So you can see that these are all the commands that I can use with the Databricks keyword. So if I want to interact with the DBFS, I am going to use the FS. So let me say Databricks FS-h. So now it is going to give me help about the FS commands. So it is a utility to interact with the DBFS. The DBFS paths are all prefixed with this. So local paths can be absolute or local. So you can see that these are the commands that you can use with the FS. So the first one is the cat, which shows the content of the file. Second one is the configure, which configures host and authentication info for the CLI, and I have already used this in the previous video in order to configure the Databricks CLI. Then the next one is the CP, which is used to copy the files to and from the DBFS, and the source and target can be a DBFS or your local file system as well. If you do not define the path of the DBFS, then it is going to consider it your local file system and is going to copy or paste the file on your local file system. But if you have correctly configured the path for the DBFS, then it is going to look for that directly inside the DBFS and perform the operation there. Then ls is the command to list the files inside the DBFS. mkdir makes the directories. mv command is used to move a file between two DBFS paths, and rm is to remove the files from the DBFS. So firstly, I am going to use the ls command. So I am going to say Databricks FS ls, and with that I am going to use -h to see the help related to the FSLS command. There are not much options here. You can see that there is --absolute, which displays the absolute paths of the file. -l displays full information including the size, file type and modification time, etc. Then we have the debug, which shows the full stack trace on the error, and then there are others. So I'm going to use the -l. So I'm going to say Databricks FSLS -l, and this is going to give me full information including the size, file type and modification time. So right now all of the other values are 0. So now if I want to see the contents of some particular directory, let's say file store, I'm going to say Databricks FSLS, and then I'm going to use the DBFS protocol / and I'm going to use file store. So now it is going to list me the content present inside the file store. You can also verify it by going to the DBFS in your Databricks account. So this is the DBFS. You can see inside the file store I have two folders, retail DB and tables, and these are the two which are present inside the file store. Now if I want to view the contents inside the retail _ DB, then I'm gonna use the same command and add a / and then I'm gonna write retail _ DB. So now it is going to list down all of the contents which are present inside the retail _ DB. Now if I want to see that what is inside the orders table and what is the size and type of the file, I'm gonna use this command fsls. Then I'm gonna use -l dbfs file store retail DB and then the orders table. So now it is going to give me the details about the file present inside the orders table, and it is a file. This is the size of the file, this is the name of the file, and these are the contents which are present inside the file. So this is how you can use ls to get different type of details about the files and the folders present inside the DBFS. So now let's use some other commands. I'm going to show you an example in which I am going to copy the files which are already present inside the retail DB, but I am first going to delete all of this and then I am going to copy all of these from my local file into the DBFS. So you will see the use of mkdir, remove and copy in the single example. So firstly, I'm going to say Databricks FSLS, then I'm going to list down the files which are present inside the retail DB. So you can see that these are the files which are present inside it. So now instead of ls, I'm going to say Databricks FSRM because I want to delete all of them inside the retail DB. And since there are multiple folders, so I'm going to use the recursive option as well to go inside the directories to delete everything. Press enter and you can see that the delete finished successfully. Now if I run the command to list the contents of retail _ DB again, you will see that it will give me an error that resource does not exist. You can also verify it from the Databricks console. So go to the console, I'm going to refresh the DBFS page. Now if I go to browse DBFS, you will see that inside the file store, there is only tables folder and the retail _ DB folder is deleted. So this means that our command runs successfully. So now I'm going to go ahead and create a directory inside this path which we have just deleted. So I'm going to use the command Databricks FS, and in place of ls I'm going to say mkdir because I want to create the directory. And after that I want to provide the path where I want to create the directory. So I want to create the directory inside my file store by the name retail DB. So I've created the path in that way. Now if I hit enter, you will see it has given me an error that no such command. Okay, it is mkdirs. So I'm gonna place s here. Now let's hit enter and you can see that it hasn't given me an error, which means that maybe the command is successfully executed. Let's verify it from the console. So I'm gonna go to my Databricks console, and if I click on browse DBFS, now you can see that inside the file store a retail DB folder is created, but right now it is empty. So now I'm gonna go ahead and copy all of the folders which were previously present inside the retail _ DB folder from my local file system. But before copying all of the files, you need to remember that retail DB has multiple folders and the files were present inside the folder. So let me create the folders inside the retail DB. So the first one is going to be categories. So I'm gonna do that. Then the next one was customers. So I'm gonna create the customers. Then The next one was order items. So I'm gonna say order underscore items. Then the next one was order. Okay. Then the next one was apartments. Hit enter, and the final one was products. So I'm gonna say products here. Okay, so you can see that we have created 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 folders inside it. So let's go to the Databricks console to verify it. Let's go to the browse DBFS, and you can see that all of the folders have been created inside the retail DB folder. Now I'm gonna go ahead and copy the files from my local file system inside these folders. So in order to copy the files from your local file system into the DBFS, you need to provide the full path, or you need to be inside the directory. So I'm gonna use the full path. Firstly, I'm gonna write the command Databricks fs cp because I want to copy the file. Then you have to go to your file system, and if I want to copy this file, I'm gonna go inside this, copy this path, come back, paste it here, and the file name is part and then 50. So I'm gonna say part -00000, and then you have to provide the path where you want to copy this. So I want to store it inside my DBFS file store, and then inside retail underscore DB, and then categories table. Okay, so once you do that, hit enter. You can see that your command has been successfully executed. Now let's go to your Databricks console, go to the browse DBFS. If I click on categories, you can see that now the file has been copied from my local system inside the categories. Now I'm gonna do the same for all other files. So the first one was categories, the next one was the customers. So I'm gonna replace categories from the customers. The file name is the same, and here instead of categories, I'm gonna say customers. Okay, then hit enter, and you will see that the file will be copied from our local file system. Since the file is large, so it is going to take some time to execute, and after a while you will see that just like this file copied inside the categories folder, this file will be copied inside the customers folder. So you can see that we make use of different commands with the fs to perform operation on the DBFS. So we use the configure command to configure the host and authentication for the CLI. Then we use the cp command to copy the files to and from the DBFS. In this case, we copied the files from our local file system into the DBFS. Then ls is used to list the files inside the DBFS, and we also saw some different scenarios of how you can use ls to view the size of the file and the folders present inside a folder and the files present inside the folder. Okay, mkdirs is used to make directories in the DBFS, mb is to move a file between two DBFS, and the rn is used to remove the file from the DBFS. So this is how you can interact with the DBFS using the Databricks CLI. That's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, I am going to show you how you can get cluster details and how you can interact with the clusters using the Databricks CLI. In the previous video, you've seen that how we can run different commands to interact with the DBFS using the Databricks CLI. So the command that we used were the part of Databricks fs command. So if I run the command Databricks now, you can see that in addition to fs, which is a utility to interact with the DBFS, we have some other commands which are for clusters, configure, groups, instance, pool, jobs, etc. So now I am going to use the clusters command to interact with the cluster. So for that, I am going to write the command Databricks clusters, and once I run it, it is going to give me all the different commands that I can use with Databricks cluster to perform different operations on the cluster. So the first one is the create command, which is used to create a Databricks cluster. You can also delete a cluster by using the delete command. Edit command can be used to edit any configuration of the Databricks cluster. Then you have the events command to get the events which are happening inside the Spark cluster. Then if you want to retrieve the metadata about the cluster, you can use the get command. If you want to list down all of the existing clusters which may either be in the running state or the terminated state, then you can use the list command. Then you have the list node type and list zone commands to list the zones of the cluster. If you want to permanently delete a cluster, you can use the permanent delete command. Then you have the resize command to resize a Databricks cluster on the basis of its ID. If a cluster is terminated and you have edited some of its configurations, then you can use the restart to restart a cluster. Then you can use the Spark version command to list the possible Databricks runtime version for a specific cluster. And if the cluster is terminated and we want to start it, then you can use the start command. So I'm going to start by using the list command. So I'm going to say Databricks cluster list. And when I hit enter, it is going to give me a list of all of the clusters which are currently present inside our Databricks account. So you can see that right now there are two clusters which are Databricks AWS integration cluster and the development cluster, but both of them are currently terminated. Now if you want to get details about any of the cluster, you can use Databricks cluster get command, and then you have to provide the cluster ID. So if I want to get details about the Databricks AWS integration cluster, I'm gonna place the cluster ID of that cluster after get. Once I hit enter, okay, so we have to provide the control name by providing -- cluster ID so that it can understand that it is the cluster ID. So I'm gonna say -- cluster ID and then hit enter, and you can see that now it has given us the complete information about the cluster. So if I start from the beginning, you can see that a lot of information has been provided about the cluster. So these are the details. Firstly, you can see that this is the cluster ID and the cluster name. Then you have the Spark context ID. Then you can see that this is the cluster name. Spark version is 12.2.x. Then these are the Spark configurations that I set while creating the cluster. Then you can see that it has an instance profile attached to it, which is Databricks role. And you can see the node type is i3x large and it is a single node cluster. Then you can see that the Spark environment variable is set to this path on our system. Termination time is 120 seconds and a whole lot of information about this cluster. Now if you want to see all the supported Spark versions for your current Databricks account, you can simply use Databricks clusters and then use the Spark-versions command, and it's going to list down all of the available Spark versions that are supported by the Databricks account. So you can see that a whole lot of Spark versions are compatible with our current Databricks account. Okay. Now if you want to see the node types which are supported by the Databricks, so you can use the command Databricks clusters and then you will use the command list node type. And once you do that, hit enter and you will get a list of all the node types which are supported by the Databricks. So you can see that these are a lot of node types, some of which are C6ID.16x large and all of the configuration about the cluster. You can see that we have all different type of node types which are supported by the Databricks account have been listed here. Now let me go ahead and run the command to list all the clusters, and you can see that these are the clusters. Now if I want to start a particular cluster, I'm gonna say Databricks cluster start -- cluster and -ID, and I want to start the development cluster. So I'm gonna copy its cluster ID, paste it here and enter. So you can see that a command is executed. Now let me go to the Databricks console, and you can see that a development cluster which was previously in the terminated state is now being in the starting state, and after a while you will see that it will be in the running state. So this is how you can use different commands to interact with the Databricks cluster using Databricks CLI. So that's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back to a new section. In the first video of this section, I'm gonna show you how you can modularize notebooks by creating macros in Databricks. So modularizing allows us to invoke all the functions from a specific notebook to reuse it into another notebook. By far, the %run command is the most commonly used technique for modularizing Databricks notebooks. So in order to display how you can modularize notebook, we need to have two notebooks inside a Databricks. So I'm gonna go to my workspace, and here firstly I'm gonna create a new folder. So I'm gonna right click on create and create a new folder, and I'm gonna call it job using notebook and click on create. So once the folder is created, I'm gonna move inside my folder, and then I'm gonna create two notebooks inside it. So the first notebook is created. I'm gonna rename it and call it app. Okay, then I'm gonna go back to my workspace, and then inside the folder I'm gonna create a new notebook, and this time I'm gonna rename it to second app. Okay, so now you can see if I click on the workspace, inside the folder job using notebook, I have two notebooks, which is app and second app. So if I move inside the app notebook, I'm gonna write the command print, and inside it I'm going to say hello world from app to see that it is being displayed from this notebook. Let's run this to see whether it displays us this or not. From here you have to select the compute resource. I'm gonna select the development cluster and click on attach. So you can see that now it is running with our development cluster. In the meantime, I'm gonna go back to the second app, and here I'm gonna print hello world from another app or from the second app. It is more appropriate because the file name is second app. Okay, now I'm gonna connect it to the development cluster, and I'm gonna run this too. So it is going to display me hello world from the second app. Okay, so you can see that this has run successfully. Go to the app to see the output, and you can see that hello world from app is being displayed. Now if I want to print hello world from the second app inside this notebook, for that I'm gonna create a new cell, and calling one notebook from another notebook is called modularization, and this can be done using the %run command. So I'm gonna write %run, and then I'm going to provide the name of my notebook which I want to run here, which is second app. Okay, so once this is done, run this cell. Okay, so it has given me an error saying that notebook not found. This is because I just wrote the notebook name and I haven't given the relative path. So in order to add the relative path, I'm gonna say ./ and then the name of my notebook. Now let's run this cell, and you can see that it has displayed me hello world from the second app, which was displayed inside this notebook. You can see that I printed hello world from the second app here. Now if I want to call a function from the app notebook, so I'm gonna change this cell a bit. I'm gonna define a dummy function called call me, and then inside this function, instead of print, I'm gonna return this message, and then I'm going to call this inside my first notebook. Okay, so let's just run this. Okay, there are round brackets missing. Let's run this now, and you will see that the function executed successfully. Now if I want to call this function which is present inside the second app in my other notebook, so I'm gonna move to my other notebook, which is app, and here if I want to run the function, I'm gonna create a new cell, and here simply I'm going to say print, and inside the print function I'm gonna say call_me. Okay, so this is how you can use the function. So firstly I'm going to run this cell, and this is going to create the function for us, and once I run this cell, it is going to run the command which says hello world from the second app. So in this way you can perform modularization by creating macros. So this function that I created in the other notebook is called macro, and macros are not linked to any class. You can simply use it in any of the notebook in this way, and they will be simply called and they will display whatever is executed inside the function. So this is how you can modularize the notebooks in Databricks and call function which is present inside one notebook in another notebook. In the next video, I'm going to show you how you can run this notebook as a job in Databricks. But that's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, I'm gonna show you how you can use the modularized notebook and run them as jobs in Databricks. Right now, we are in the process of deploying jobs using the notebooks. In the previous video, you saw that we created two notebooks, app and second app. We define a function inside the second app, and then we perform modularization by using %run command and call the call me function inside the app notebook. Okay, so now if I want to run this notebook as a job, so what needs to be done? For that, from the data engineering in the left navigation menu, you have to click on job runs. And once you land on this page, you have to click on create. Firstly, you have to define a name for your task. I'm gonna call it multi-node job demo. Then you have to select the type. It is going to be a notebook. So you can select different values from here. I'm gonna run the notebook as a job. Then the source is the workspace because our notebook is placed inside the workspace, and for the path you have to select the notebook which you want to run as a job. From here, if you click on users, you will see the current user, and if you click on it, you can see that this is a folder inside which we created our notebooks. So if I click on it, you will see that these are the two notebooks that we created previously. So I want to run this app notebook as a job, so I'm gonna select it and click confirm. So once you do that, it is going to create a job cluster for us, and it is going to use 274.5 GB, 36 cores, etc. So I'm gonna edit it because it is simply 3 commands inside the notebook, so I don't need that much resources. I'm gonna change the number of workers to 1. Okay, then I am going to something smaller. I'm gonna select M4.large, in which there are 2 cores and 8 GB memory. Okay, then the driver type is same as worker. It is a single driver. I'm not gonna add anything else here. Simply click on confirm. So once you do that, you can see that now our job cluster has 4 cores and 16 GB memory. This is because we have 1 worker node and 1 driver node. So for each of them we have 2 cores and 8 GB memory. So collectively they make 4 cores and 16 GB. Okay, I'm not gonna add anything else and simply click on create. So once I click on create, it is asking me to confirm the job name, which is the same, and I'm gonna click on confirm and create. Once you do that, you can see the message that we have successfully created the job. Now you simply have to do one thing, which is to click on this run now button from the top right corner. Click on run now and you will see that our job has started, and I'm gonna come back to see whether our job has executed successfully or not. Okay, so you can see that the status of our job has changed to succeeded. Now if I click on the status, you can see that in the output it is displaying us that this print command, which was present inside the app notebook, has printed hello world from the app. Then the second command which ran was the modularizing command, and then the third command in which we call the call me function printed hello world from the second app, which was created inside our other notebook. So in this way you can run jobs using the notebooks. That's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, I'm gonna show you how you can refactor your applications as Databricks notebooks. In the previous video, you saw that I run the job using the notebook and it successfully executed, and this was the output of the job. Now, I want to show you something. There are 5 py files. These are the files to get the data from the landing zone to the raw zone. So there are 5 files which are write.py, util.py, read.py, process.py and app.py. Each of them have functions, and now I want to convert this application into a notebook. For that, I'm gonna go to my Databricks account, and from here I'm gonna go to the workspace and I'm gonna create a new folder, and this time I'm gonna call it application. Okay, so that I can remember that this is a folder where my notebook for the application are present. Now I'm gonna create a new notebook. For the first notebook, I'm gonna call it app.py. Let's remove py because the Python is already there. I'm gonna call it app. Okay, so it is successfully renamed. Now go to my editor. I'm gonna copy all of this and I'm gonna come back to my Databricks account, and inside this cell I'm gonna paste it. But I'm going to divide it into 2 different cells. So let me copy all of this from the def here, cut it and create a new cell and paste it here. Okay. Now I'm gonna go back to the workspace. Inside the folder, I'm gonna create a new notebook and I'm gonna call it util. Okay, so this is my notebook name. I'm gonna say util here. And once I rename the file, I'm gonna go back to my editor. This is my file util.py. I'm gonna copy all of this. I'm gonna come back and paste all of this here. Okay, so this is done. Now go back, create another notebook, and I'm gonna call it process. Okay, so this is gonna be process, and it is going to have the data for the process.py file. So I'm gonna go to the file, I'm gonna copy all of this, go back and paste it here. Okay, and similarly I'm gonna create 2 new notebooks for read.py and write.py. Okay, so you can see that now I have 5 notebooks inside my application folder, and if I click on app notebook, you can see that in the first cell there are a lot of libraries that need to be imported. But before that, let me remove this def.main here because we are not running any main file, and remove this line from here as well. Here you can see that this notebook is using different environment variables, and now in order to use these environment variables and run this, we have to go back to the cluster configuration and we have to take care of adding these environment variables, but I'm gonna do that in the next video. So that's all for this video. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this video, I'm gonna show you how you can run multiple notebooks using the development cluster inside a single notebook. So previously we refactored our application and converted it into Databricks notebook. So right now we have 5 notebooks corresponding to the py files inside our application. So now I'm going to first validate it using the development cluster, and once the cluster validates these files, then I'm going to run these files to see their output. So firstly, I'm gonna set these environment variables which I'm using in this file, and for that I'm gonna go back to my cluster. Inside my development cluster, from here I'm gonna click on edit, and once I'm in the editing mode, I'm gonna go to the advanced options, and this is where I have to set the environment variables. Click on Spark and you have this option to set the environment variables. So if you remember that we set the variables for environment, the source directory, target directory and the file format, so I'm gonna set all of these here just like so. So you can see that these are the formats. Firstly, the environment is Databricks, then you have to define the source directory. Right now I haven't added the data inside it, so let me open the Databricks in a new tab, and now I'm gonna upload the dataset inside the DBFS. For that I'm gonna click on catalog from here. Once you land on the catalog page, from here I'm gonna select the browse DBFS option. So here I'm gonna click on browse DBFS. Once I'm inside the DBFS, I'm gonna create a new folder inside my file store, and I'm gonna click on create folder. This is going to be application folder, and once the application folder is created, I'm gonna go inside the application folder and I'm gonna create a new folder and called it landing, and this is going to contain the dataset for the landing. So the landing folder is created. Now I'm gonna go ahead and click on upload here, select the files to be uploaded. So one is this file, I'm gonna select it and click on done. So it will be uploading in the background. Once again, go to the browse DBFS inside the file store. I'm gonna go inside my application folder, then landing, and then I'm going to upload another file here. So I'm gonna click on browse. This is the file that I want to upload. Click on open and click on done, and it will be uploading in the background. Then once again click on upload, click on browse. This is the file that I want to upload. Click on open, and let's just wait for it to upload. So you can see that the file has been uploaded, so click on done. you can see that inside my landing folder, all the 3 files are placed. So I'm gonna go back to my cluster, and from here, I'm gonna add file store in the path. And inside the file store, there is a folder application. And then inside the application folder, the landing folder contains the files. Similarly, I'm going to change the target path here. Okay, just like so. So you can see that I have defined the source directory, which is the path where we uploaded our files. Then the source file format is JSON. The source file pattern is this one. Then the target directory is dbfs file store application raw. And then the target file format is Parquet. Once you do that, click on confirm and restart, and click on confirm. So your cluster will restart, and I'm gonna come back once it is in the running state. So you can see that our cluster is now in the running state. Now I'm gonna go back to my workspace, and inside here I'm gonna go inside the application folder. And for the app notebook, firstly I'm going to run the first shell. And once I run this, you can see that it has given me an error because it is importing the files as a PY file. But now we have converted them into notebooks. So I'm gonna remove this. And firstly, I'm gonna add the modularization command here, which is %run. And I'm gonna firstly import the util. And you have to remember that you have to provide the absolute path, which is dot and / and then util. Then I'm going to copy this to paste all of the notebooks inside it. So firstly the utils, then I'm gonna say process. After that I'm gonna say read, then I'm gonna say write. And once I run this, all of the functions present inside it will be available to the notebook, and I can use them to perform the operations. So now let's run this cell. You can see that it has given me an error because I cannot run all of these in a single cell. So let me remove it. Now if I run them one by one, you can see that the util file executed successfully. Now I'm gonna run for the process. Let's run this cell. And you can see that it executed successfully. Similarly, I'm gonna add a new cell and run the command for the read file, and it is executed successfully. And finally, I'm gonna run for the write notebook. Let's run this, and you can see that all of these run successfully. All of these are giving me an error. So let me add a cell here, and I'm gonna write import OS. Let's run this. And this OS object contains all of the environment variables that we set in our cluster. So you can see that now all of these errors are gone. So once this is done, now I have used the import OS, which is going to get the environment variables for us, which we set while creating the cluster. Then this first line after the environment variables is calling the get spark session, which is present inside the process notebook. Then we have the from files function, in which we are passing the spark session, the source directory file pattern, and the source file format, and it is going to return us a data frame object. And this from file function is present inside our read file. Then once we get the data from our source destination inside the data frame, then we are going to transform it using the transform function, and I am going to store it inside a new data frame object, which is called df_transform. After having the transform data, next thing is to write the data inside a new location. So I'm gonna call the toFiles function, which is present inside the write notebook, and I'm calling this function in which I'm passing the transform data frame, the target directory, and the target file format, which is Parquet. So now let me just run this to see what happens. Upon running, after a while, you will see that the jobs will start to run, and once the jobs will execute completely, you will see that a query has executed successfully. 2 Spark jobs are done, and now this data frame object contains this data. If you want to verify the successful execution, you can create another cell, and now if you want to view the transform data or the data inside the data frame, so you can say df.show, and it is going to show you the data which is present inside the data frame. Now let's run this cell. And if you scroll down, you can see that this is the data which is present inside the data frame object, which is read from the file that we placed inside the DBFS. Okay, so now if you want to see the transform data, we can go ahead and say df underscore transformed, and then I'm gonna use the show function with it to display the contents present inside the transform data frame. Once you run it, you can see that now the data has been transformed, and this is all the data which is present inside it. Now let's go to the DBFS. From here, I'm going to click on Browse DBFS. Inside my file store, I have 3 folders: application, retail underscore DB, and table. And this is the folder which we are using for this video. So I'm going to click on application. And previously, we had only the lending folder which contains the data set about the lending information. But now you can see that we have a new folder called raw, which is our destination folder, the target folder. If you click on it, you can see that it has Spark metadata, a success file, and an year 2021 folder. So if I click on year 2021, you can see that for the first month data is present. If you click on it, then you have the result for the date 13. And these are the files which are transformed from the JSON into the Parquet. So you can see that this is the Parquet file and these are the success files related to it. So this is how you can transform a simple JSON file into a Parquet file by converting your application into Databricks notebooks and running them as jobs. So that's all for this video, and I hope you thoroughly enjoyed this course. Thank you.